Aye.
Aye.
Let us murder some people.
So, when we last left off, the party had trudged their way through the desert, making their way to a small village on the outskirts of most of the civilization that remains. You all found it to be deserted, except for a few figures that were frozen in time, similar to the petrification that has come across both Joshua at one point and now Mai's brother. You rested up and collected a few resources and valuable belongings. A set of attire that belonged to an adventurer. And as you all situated yourselves and got yourself prepared for the next leg of the journey, you came across an interesting figure. A wizard known as Miriam, who introduced herself and was very concerned that people showed up to a place where she believes nothing exists. Nobody lives here. And as you... Excuse me.
Bless you.
As you have made your short introductions, you have stated that there is a place. You explained how you got to this place, which was using a type of technology that you do not understand or recognize, but it is relating to a crystal that you all have used before. Miriam seems interested in this crystal and has offered to take a look and see what the situation is, as there really isn't much else to do. And she is also a relative tinker, versed in a few different skills, as there is much time to do things here at the end of the world. And as...
Just to clarify, we had given her fair warning that there is a displacer beast still at the craft,
you
right?
have not.
Yeah, we did.
No, you didn't.
Connor, when I brought it up, be like, I'm hunting.
Displacer Beast was never mentioned last session.
Pull up the video evidence. Yes, it was.
Well, either way, we do now.
Do you say that while you're already on the ride, or do you say that before you've even begun the journey?
I feel
On the
like
way.
it's within the discussion of, hey, there's a crystal, also there's potential water, also potential threat.
Okay. So yeah, as you guys are heading in that general direction to find it once again, a good topic of discussion, you bring up that there might be a monster that came with you guys that she is very concerned about. I'm going to see if she knows what a displacer beast is. She does. She understands that this thing is very much out of its element and is not going to survive, considering that it is a jungle panther that is absolutely black and will stick out like a sore thumb in this golden wasteland. She is not concerned. She does explain that there are some wildlife that has managed to exist out here, mostly reptiles, kind of in the sand. They generally stick to themselves. She doesn't really know what they eat. They typically don't really go after her, as long as she gives them a pretty much wide enough berth. And I'm sure you tell her the story about you came across those crocolisks.
Yeah, on the way to the ship, there's a patch of crocolisks.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, you point that out and she steered around it. Easy enough to avoid. That was one of the last encounters that you had. any other discussions that you would like to have on this journey?
Ask her what brought her to this realm. Or like, did she come here originally, or what was her realm like?
Yeah, I guess that's something to bring up sooner or later. I don't know how I got here. I have been here as long as I can remember, which has been so long that I stopped counting and I don't remember. I woke up in one of those, and she points towards the pyramid, and quickly made my escape, and have not gone back since. There's a lot of weird living technology in there that I just thought was quite bogus and just wanted to steer clear of. Honestly, not really looking for adventure, just kind of trying to survive. I know it gets boring, but there's still lots that I can do for myself to buy the time, and, you know, as it stands, I think I'm quite good on that front, and not really interested in that kind of stuff. Yeah. So, how about you guys? What brought you here?
Quick
Oh,
question
I'm on
about
the
that.
lamb.
Probably.
Could
I'm
we
probably
ask
on
her?
the lamb.
Could we ask her if she recognizes like the clothing and stuff that we acquired, like from the adventure? Like,
I mean,
see
you
any,
asked a
like-
question and then she asked a question. Do you not want to go in turns? Or?
I mean, I'm just asking if we could.
I mean, yeah, you can talk to her. She asked you a question. How did you guys get here?
The Destiny Crystal.
Do you guys remember your life before here, or is it pretty much the same?
I just tell her about me being from a jungle and found this weird dude stuck to me. And next thing I knew, instead of being in a jungle place, I ended up in the desert.
Right. Anybody else got an explanation as to what happened?
Joshua
You're wrong.
waved his hand.
We're planes hoppers. We kind of found a crystal that was powering our ship, the one that crashed. Speaking of living technology, did you happen to come across any, like, machine black blood that takes over creatures?
I don't know about takes over creatures, but in the pyramids there is this kind of weird pulsing technology. It made me feel like I was inside of something that was alive, and then, you know, there were parts that were broken that were dripping black stuff. I stayed away from it. It also seemed to be leaking out of some of the statues that were walking around, so I don't know necessarily.
Can I do a history check to see if, like, can I do like a history check to see if this sounds familiar to Connor?
Go ahead.
She said the statues were walking around?
Yeah.
I got a 5.
5. No. I mean, that does seem to draw some ties with the black stuff that would animate living creatures or corpses or just about anything. So you are drawing many parallels between the technology that you have discovered and what was in the pyramids.
Connor and his infinite connections, or previous connections, are just running through it, and he's like, came to the conclusion as to, I don't know what the hell that is.
Thank you.
Sorry, say that again?
Oh, I was saying, like, Connor runs through the description in his head, and thousands of old connections and history that he had.
Correct.
He came to a single conclusion. He has no idea what the fuck that is, because he rolled a 4.
Yep.
I don't know.
You're like, I have no idea what that is.
Never seen or heard from it before, which is concerning. It is of note that this is something that you have never experienced before.
What is it? It sounds so weird. And the caveman Connor's kind of like, what is this weird thing she describes?
Wait, so you guys are used to doing these sort of trips?
I am more than they are.
So,
I'm
how come
completely
you're stuck here now? What's the difference?
Yeah,
Really?
guys, how come we're stuck here?
Can I do like a check or something to see if like, can I do like a history check to explain why I'm stuck here? You know, like no connection.
You wouldn't know why you're disconnected from every other Connor. But the previous history is that you guys would find a crystal and it would take you to somewhere, and then basically you would have to find the next crystal, and then it would take you to another place. So you have experience with this before, but you never really mastered the concept of going to and from places specifically, unless you used the big crystal that was in Connor's mind palace.
Connor's like, I have no idea. I'm still processing the fact that I'm a singular entity right now, so it is a very weird experience for me in my existence.
Yeah, welcome to the club,
Very disappointing.
where everybody's a single entity.
Imagine how Connor feels. He's not used to being single.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying.
It's so
Connor's a
weird.
normal person, and he's like, this is what it's like for you guys?
This is so weird.
You mean
Yeah,
you guys
they make
don't
it-
have millions of voices in your head?
All being like, do this, don't do that. This is gonna happen. That's not gonna happen.
I mean, I used to have only like one voice in my head, and that was my dad's.
Gotta try 1 million. And my father's.
You're a disappointment.
And my father was just another version of me, but older.
Exactly.
Do you know what it's like to be your own dad?
I'm fucking sorry, what?
I am my
So
own
far off
father.
path. Let's leave.
I am my own father. That is a mind fucking its own existence.
Man, and I
We
thought
there
my family
yet?
was dysfunctional.
I am profoundly dysfunctional, man.
I mean, I kind of don't have parents, but like, what?
Are you born from a rock?
He was born from a tree.
Yeah, Miriam looks back when you say that. You don't have parents? Were you summoned out of a tree or something? What is that? Everyone has parents.
I don't. I'm my own dad. Or does that count as being a parent?
At
Actually,
the mention,
she raises a finger. I think I do remember a fellow who was carved into a statue and then given life. I don't know if that counts.
at the mention, Miriam saying that everyone has parents,
They
Mai's eyes just kind of glisten like a fiery blue, and her ears just kind of, they tuck back, and that she's now very offended and annoyed. And
Connor goes over and pats her on the shoulder and be like, don't worry.
Oh
all
yeah,
this stuff-
my actually was summoned out of a tree.
yeah, she's literally, yeah, she's a
I forgot.
nature spirit.
I just said that. Random.
Connor just goes up and pats her on the back and be like, don't worry. We can be weird entities together.
I'm going to grab Connor's wrist and stare at him like icy daggers and tell him, don't ever touch me again.
Connor just looks at Jack and Josh and be like, doing the, did I do something stupid again or what? He's looking at the 3 people he knows who can explain this kind of crap to him. Joshua, Holgear, and Jack. He doesn't know what's going on.
Just
Yeah,
respect her
Connor's had
boundaries.
like millions of parents, and Mai's just like not having this right now.
Yes, imagine the millions of Connors.
Yeah,
making
the only
fun of Connor.
the only family that she knew was the old dryad that raised her and her brother. So, and like of course the creatures that she lived with where she's from, but yeah, she's never had like a mom and a dad kind of a thing, and so it's kind of a sensitive subject for her
And why are you being mean to Connor? He's trying to be nice to you.
because she's
I never-
upset, and you don't touch women when they're upset.
I don't know that. I don't no people.
She's telling you nicely.
By grabbing me on my wrist and gonna kill me?
No.
In his
I
defense,
didn't even,
I
I didn't even know
don't.
who my parents were.
In his defense, I don't think this Connor has met a woman before.
Alright, I'm mostly be with guys. Alright, I'm mostly be with the guys, you know?
Oh god, it's
And
bad behavior.
the guys is literally anything you can see that moves.
The stick and rocks that he drew faces on with charcoal.
I was thinking more
Yes.
like the bugs and anteaters.
No, it's the steak and rocks. Maybe the occasional pool of meat that I
He
find in
literally-
water.
His best friend for a long time was actually playing from Ed, Ed, and Eddie.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my god.
This Connor was a very lonely dude. You don't know the things he's done.
I
things
mean,
he's
No.
seen.
both
Um.
my and this Connor have never seen snow or desert like this. So this is
She's
like-
no, she just hasn't
This is
seen
like
desert.
alien. Connor? Yeah, he's never seen snow. He's mostly just been in jungle. Unless you count volcanic snow.
all right. We're getting off track.
Very off track.
Miriam starts to steer away from the general direction that you were
There's
going.
a crack.
And you can see that she is steering towards what seems to be a beam of light that is like slowly snaking its way down from the sky towards the ground. She's like, all right, everyone, just a minute. Got to make a pit stop and refuel.
Refuel.
Well, yeah, got to get some energy. This thing isn't powered by magic. I mean,
Connor just
It's powered by the winds of Westeros.
it's controlled by magic, but it's fueled by energy. Just give me a minute. And she kind of pulls off and then rummages around in a bunch of scrap pile and grabs a few things. Like, all right, I need to get a circulation ventilator in order to prioritize the energy, fuel, and circulation into the corporate. So just give me a second. I've got a battery to refuel. And she like grabs a bunch of junk and starts trotting across the ground. And she begins setting up something. Joshua, how about you make me a intelligence check?
Oh boy, a favorite kind of check. Just after the country and the money kind.
Intelligence?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. What a fun time.
Connor's just scurrying around on the ship.
You mean the
Yo, I got a 20.
Nat?
Nat 20?
We got a 20.
a nat
I
20
got
or
a
a
20.
dirty 20?
Not 20. I have +0 to intelligence.
Yo.
Big
Oh.
brain.
Basically, what Miriam has devised is a very, very rudimentary system that seems very similar to something that Malachi was inventing before he got distracted with planar travel. And what he coined it is, well, actually, it was coined by some older wizard or whatnot. But basically, it is a sunwell, which is a way of gathering energy and transferring it into pure evocation energy that can then be fueled into powering other things and whatnot. So you know pretty much exactly how her system works, and I will even say that if you want to assist with her setting it up, and maybe even offering improvements, that might be something of use and interest.
Can I cast an enhanced
Exactly
ability?
that.
Who are you enhancing and why?
I was just gonna, if there was gonna be a check, I was gonna give her enhanced ability to fix it up.
Oh, on who? On Miriam?
Yes.
I mean, she knows how to do it. It's her thing. She's just gonna. She had to park the car and let the kids sit out in the sun while she has to go do
That's
something.
just bad parenting right there, leaving that kid.
Yeah, there is no shade unless you want to crawl under the tarps holding on this junk that she's got strapped onto these things. You're basically probably sitting on tops of these humps of different things that she's got. You know, really the only space is where the pilot is, so you're all kind of trying to hang on while she's steering this thing, but she has pulled aside to get some energy.
She's pulling some of us in the hitch, right?
Right. Like, there is a little bit of space on the main thing, and then she had to get a little bit of a trailer as well, so. I think most of you are on the trailer.
Yeah, Connor I think would kind of more or less probably be sitting on the main one because this Connor's never seen this thing before.
Well, you're also helping direct where she needs to go, but yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to give Joshua that information and offer that if he wants to say or do anything, he can, or we can simply just move on.
I'm going to say how the thing works and what might be able to improve it.
Okay. She says, you've seen one of these things before? I'll be honest, I just sort of made it up. I saw these natural, occurring sunbeams, and so I figured there's got to be some way to use that, And there's like simple thing with tracking and just putting it in the container, but I mean, if you've seen plans for something like this, absolutely, I'm all ears.
Joshua just says that his teacher...
You're so quiet again for some reason. I don't know why, because you were loud earlier.
Right. Joshua nods and says that his teacher was making something similar and kind of petered off, but Joshua knew the basics of how it worked and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just say that if you want to have that discussion while she refuels, you can just do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Brain Joshua.
You have scored some points with Miriam. She's like, oh, okay, a smart person. Cool.
Wow. Okay.
Wow, that's hurtful.
Joshua's like,
You didn't hear this.
Joshua has the lowest score.
I aren't smart.
I'm pretty sure he is.
Joshua's an artificer. That was the point that I was trying to make. That like he does tinkering
The
and stuff.
artificer.
Yes. He are artifice.
Artifice good.
Anywho, she refuels the battery and then you get back up on the road. Connor, how about you make a survival check to try and figure out where we're going? Just by generally looking at the landscape, you can kind of get a bearing of where the pyramids were and whatnot, and figure out like, probably still this direction a bit more. Yeah.
18.
Okay. Yep. You get right back on track. You're making some decent time, just trudging through the desert. It took you guys a long time, about 3 days. You think you could probably get there in like record time. Just like a few hours for sure. But, not nearly as long. It is still hot though, so unless you guys want to sort of hang out underneath the shade and whatnot. I'm probably not going to make any checks about this. I'm going to say that you guys have, water and whatnot, and so.
I got my cool coat.
Oh yeah, that's true. You have your cool coat. Yeah.
I also have a hat on, so it's like shading me.
Jax can find a shadow to hide in.
Okay. Yeah, you can crawl underneath the tarp. There's a lot of junk under there.
Jax to find a little shade to hide in.
Yeah, Jack's just hiding in everyone else's shade as they're like sitting around. He's just hiding in their shadow.
Well, I mean, he's tall enough to
Camel
get away with
spider?
it,
Oh no, what happened?
I mean, that's literally his racial trait is that he can hide in people's shadows.
Yeah.
That's cool.
It's
And it
fair.
also sounds like a sad existence there. I'm hiding in other people's shadows.
Okay. Yeah, I think Miriam's a little bit more interested in talking mechanic works with Joshua a little bit, but if there's anything else anyone wants to talk either amongst yourselves or with Miriam, go ahead.
Connor's just scurrying across and asking how the thing works because this Connor's never seen it before, so it's kind of like this Connor's instincts and curiosity is kind of catching, kind of overriding the Connor consciousness. Like Connor, the entity, knows exactly what this is and probably how it would operate,
Okay.
but this Connor's like never seen this before, so it's kind of like, what the hell is this? How's it working? How's it gliding across this weird landscape so fast?
Do you want to know how it works, or do you actually want to retain the information? Because she could just tell you, but if you actually want to try to understand it, make an intelligence check.
I'm gonna make an intelligence check.
Okay.
Because A, it sounds funny, and B, I feel like Connor would feel too self-conscious to ask. I got a dirty 20.
Wow, okay. She starts rattling off a bunch of information that's really fast. A lot of it you don't necessarily understand right away, and but you get the general idea that what this system is, her hover skiff, is basically a series of tensors floating discs that are situated in a way that they repulse off of each other. So they'll lift the weight of this craft into the air, and then in order to actually steer it, she'll like push them away from each other, which causes them to pull on each other because they're situated on one another. And then she basically just uses the two wings towards the front to steer in a direction. Just sort of like through the air, basically. Rudders.
Connor's just nodding to the whole thing. Being like initially he doesn't understand, so he's just nodding in agreement, like, yes, I see. Then eventually he does kind of pick up on it. Like, oh, yes, yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it okay if I make like a perception check, like just to like look around the general area? Just,
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
Yeah. Son of a bitch.
You rang?
Wow.
Let's leave your mother out of this.
I mean, it's what you guys generally call me.
I don't.
What did you get, Talia?
Bastard.
I got a 9, but I really wanted to get that. Oh, I really wanted to get that perception check.
I mean, do you have some inspiration or
Yeah.
D20s
I
to
mean,
bring?
I did. I mean, I have the auto 20 that I just got.
Oh, that's the only one you got?
Can I give her some bardic inspiration?
I mean, I have 3 adversity tokens.
That'll give you a little boost. Generally what they do is it, gives you, just like a slight adjustment, so. And I'm gonna say Connor, because she was doing this of her own free will, without asking for assistance or anything, and you were also part of a conversation, this would be 2 completely separate things, unfortunately.
Fair, I just thought I'd offer.
Yeah. Again, it's not really one of those things that you can try to do after the fact. It's one of those preemptive measures that you want to offer. So, it is good to be like, hey, I see someone's about to go do something. Let me cast enhance ability on them. Like, that makes sense. but it's also kind of up to the person whether or not they want to accept it at the same time.
I kind of figured that was going to be the case, but I still thought I'd at least try.
Yep. Always good to ask. So Talia, what you doing?
Don't know.
Perfect.
I mean, we can just go with the 9 for now.
I'll use one of my adversity tokens.
Okay, to add to the 9, it was, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't see anything other than sand. You do notice that when you were watching that beam of sunlight that came down, it seemed to get sucked down into this sort of canister that Miriam had until it got to be too thin that it pulled itself back up, basically. Think of it as how a tornado works, but like a really thin, sort of wispy dust devil kind of tornado.
Yes, the sand bender.
Like it comes down and touches down. And I'll say that now that you've seen them, you can look around and see them every so often. They're very rare, but they do happen naturally and just sort of scorch across the ground sometimes, but don't really do much. But when they do come down, they do cut through the ground sometimes, even cutting straight through some of these larger mounds. It doesn't trace across the surface. It seems to like come down, occupy a very specific space, and sometimes move a little bit. They don't generally, once they've touched down, move very far, but when they do, it doesn't seem like it's tracing across the ground, is what I want to let you know. So that is information. But yeah, there's not really anything else happening at the moment, unfortunately.
Okay. Cause I just wanted to like look out for like anything.
Okay.
Kind of, I'm the lookout.
Okay.
Look out.
I mean, you can always use your passive perception as well, if that's higher.
My passive perception is a 14, so.
Okay. Yeah, you don't.
I think Jack would
see
like to
any-
keep an eye out for that damn displacer beast.
Alright.
If it's any consolation, my passive perception is 20, so
Damn, that's pretty good.
Wow.
I have high wisdom.
I'll give you this, Talia. After a while, after sort of everyone's had their talks and discussions and it's kind of settled down into quiet time and whatnot, maybe some of you are even taking naps or whatnot because there's not really much else to do on this journey. Miriam starts singing to herself a little bit.
Would I recognize this song?
Make whatever kind of check you would like.
I'm gonna get a history check because it does feel like it would be.
Okay.
Does my recognize the song? I do check.
Make some sort of check.
15.
Just any check?
Yeah. Whatever check you feel would be necessary.
22.
On what sort of check?
Performance.
All right.
Is it-
Yeah. No. I'll absolutely allow performance. Connor, I will say that with a 15, you also recall that this is not a song that you have ever heard in existence ever, which is of note. That is information. You notice that this tune has Fey ties. This is a song similar to the kind that you would have heard in relation to your original homeworld. This is not a song that most mortals would know, basically. Was anyone else doing any checks?
Those people in there.
I did one, but I had to reboot the tab because my dice for some reason was screwing up, but I rolled a 15 for perception.
Okay, so I will say with that you can know the lyrics.
The lyrics? Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, what language is she singing in?
She's just singing in common.
Common? Okay.
Yeah. But because you heard good, I'll let you know what the lyrics are.
Yay.
Look out, new world, here we come. Brave, intrepid, and then some. Pioneers of maximum audacity who resumes show that we are just the team to live where others merely dream, building up a head of steam. Changing legend into fact, we shall ride into history, turning myth into truth. We shall surely gaze on the sweet unfolding of an antique mystery. All will be revealed on the trail we blaze. It's at this point that she kind of notices that she's drawing a crowd and kind of gets a little shy and stops singing.
It's the most anime song I've ever heard.
I'm gonna roll performance again to play my flute in the tune.
Okay. Are you encouraging her to keep going?
No, I think it's just stuck in her head now. So either way, she's just gonna play it because.
Connor pondering. I never kind of said by pure accident. I've never heard this song before, and I've heard virtually every song ever sung.
In the mortal world, at least.
Yeah.
Which
Makes
is, if Mai tells you that this seems to be Fae related.
I'm not telling you nothing.
Okay.
Can I do an insight check to see, like, if Mai knows something?
Yeah, go ahead and make
Well,
an insight
Mai's
check.
also playing it on her.
But that could also just be because you've heard it just now.
Yeah,
Let's let him do his insight check.
Okay, all right. Jeez, I'm just saying.
27.
Yeah.
Should I roll this?
This seems to be something that Mai's kind of into.
Hey, Mai.
What?
You seem very familiar with this song. Do you know where it's from?
No.
Right. You can try and deceive me. I got a 27. You can try. I encourage you, Mai. Do it. I want to see if you can beat a 27.
Got close. It was 23.
So I still see right through you.
I'm not telling you shit though, because I don't know nothing.
I don't have to tell you
You
anything.
still don't trust me. You still don't trust me after we trekked across the desert together.
To be fair, she doesn't trust any of you completely.
Well, except for Talia. Except for Talia.
She trusts Talia the most, but still not entirely.
Right. Still suspicious.
She trusts
No.
her new depressed hat more than she trusts Connor for sure.
Connor just narrows his eyes at her like, okay. I got my eye on you.
Okay.
Does the
You got both
Yes,
our
sir.
eyes on you.
I got all former million eyes on you.
Nope, just two.
Yeah, I said former.
Was Jack doing something? I thought you said something like you wanted to do.
I think Jack wants to keep his eyes out for that fucking displacer beast.
Sure, yeah. With your
Oh,
passive
no.
perception, or you can make a perception check if you want. I wasn't sure if you were like rooting
Okay.
around and like looking at the stuff she's got under the tarps.
I wouldn't want to steal from her just yet. Oh, don't roll over. God damn it. It was going to be a 19 and roll over to a natural 1. I don't
Okay.
see nothing.
Okay.
I see nothing.
What's your passive?
Passive is 15.
Okay, that's fine.
That's way better than what I rolled.
Right. Again, when it's looking and just like generally keeping an eye, you can use your passive or try to roll above that. If you roll below that, you can just use your passive. With a natural 1, I'm not really gonna do anything, especially in this moment, because you get a little sand in your eye and you like rub it out and it's gone. Like you lost sight for a moment, but you're also traveling. It's not that big of an issue. I'm not gonna say like something flies up and gouges your eye out just because you rolled a natural 1. Like it's fine. It's just a perception check. Talia, were you saying something?
Yeah, I said I was gonna help him keep an eye out.
Okay, yeah.
I'll use my passive. My passive's a 14.
Okay. Or you could use the help action to give him advantage, I suppose.
Okay, I guess I can do that.
Mai, go ahead and roll a... What'd you get on your performance check for playing the song?
18.
Okay. I think that does encourage her to keep singing. Do you guys want to know more of the lyrics?
Let's carry on. Campaign.
Jesus.
Sing the chorus. Because I
We've come this far, we might as well hear the rest of the song.
think I know this.
My advantage on perception was only 8.
Okay. That's fine. Passive then.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Shangri-La,
Yep.
the promised land, 7th heaven on demand, quite unusual nowadays, virgin vistas undefiled, minds and bodies running wild, in the man behold the child, on the trail we blaze, the trail we blaze is a road uncharted through terra incognita to a golden shrine, no place for the traveler to be faint-hearted. We are part of a sumptuous grand design, changing legend into fact. We shall ride into history, turning myth into truth. We shall surely gaze on the sweet unfolding of an antique mystery. All will be revealed on the trail we blaze. On the trail we blaze.
I knew this song. Oh, it's El Dorado.
Okay, you get an insight token. Thank you. Or adversity
John.
token.
I was like, this song sounds so. I haven't seen that movie in so long.
It's such
Oh
a
my
good
God.
movie. It's one of the main
It's
inspirations
so
for this
good.
campaign.
It's so fucking
Bro.
good. Okay, Jesus. I was like, it's killing me. It was so killing me. And then I was like, is this El Dorado? No, it can't
Yes.
be El Dorado.
Yes,
That's
it
too-
is.
I was like, that's too like on the nose. Like, no, this is no. It's then I'm like, it's from a movie. Yeah. Anyway, good song.
Yeah, you absolutely got the reference, so please take an adversity token.
Thank you. Thank you.
You were saying something, Holger?
Sorry.
He's muted at the moment.
I'm sorry. That
Just
was
because I wanted you to continue your song.
Oh, that's it.
I suppose as they're singing, I'll set up like a little canopy so I'm not immediately getting toasted, and I'm gonna investigate the oven rocks some more.
Okay. Yeah, you've got the lucky stone from your own house. You have the charred stone that was from Mutton Chop's house. Do you have? I feel like you have a third one. I don't remember where the third one's from. Did you get a third one, or is that it? Is it just the two?
It's possible you intended to give me one at the houses and that we just never did it.
No. You do know that there is another one. Go ahead and make an insight check. Or religion.
I'll do a religion, I think.
Okay.
I got an 18.
With an 18, while this song is going on in the background, you're drawn away to, your focus is drawn to a distinct destination on the horizon as you hear almost a humming, whistling sound. Like there's something faintly musical, but it also feels like it's just sort of on the wind and you just can't pick it up. But there's intelligence there that it is musical, but you can't quite make out what it is. But you get the sense that it's coming from where the shattered buildings are. The destroyed skyscrapers. So there might be another story there.
Story.
I got good money that it's sad.
Story. Tears.
No. Remember the last time?
Look,
Yeah.
all right,
Oh.
that lasted about 10 minutes. It's fine. We'll be okay.
No.
The tears will be for Holgear, and it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Holgear will cry, not you this time.
What makes you think that?
Alright.
I don't know.
What makes you think
I
he'll
wish
be
I
the
could
only one
crack my
crying?
back like a soda can.
You crack soda cans?
And crack a cold one open with the boys.
You drink beer in a can? That's gross.
Don't. You're disgusting.
What?
I don't know. Tell a sad story, damn it.
Yeah, make us cry.
Later.
Right. Last thing that I need is to be bawling my eyes out.
You
I'll
guys
follow
wanted
you.
to ask her about the clothes?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What are you wearing when you ask her?
The swords.
I have the swords, so maybe I can represent them to her and ask her if she recognizes them.
Okay. You just go up to her and be
You should
like,
have all
"Hey,
the clothes."
you seen these?" Do you tell her that you stole them, or do you just ask if she recognizes them?
If only she recognizes them. If we're going to blame anybody for stealing them, it's Joshua.
100%.
Oh my god,
yeah.
you would have done the exact same thing.
She looks at the sword
No.
and says, "I don't know." I mean, they look like fancy swords. Are they your swords?
No. And then I pull my pack, and then I sheath both of them, and then I unsheath my pack weapon. I'm like, this is my sword.
Ah, that thing's much scarier looking.
Given
You got three swords?
given the fact that it was given to my father, who apparently is a snake, like a really, really giant snake. Yes.
Nope.
Yeah,
Yes.
Talia has 3 swords.
You know, I could use
All
a really
those
nice
Could be
swords.
Zoro.
And she still
Oh, I
can't
got
make
the
a
little
point.
short
I'm
sword
sorry.
right now.
Wow.
Man,
Thought we
that
had
is on a
to
The
roll
stay
today.
intrusive thoughts
Never
one.
mind.
I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional.
Thought we had to stick together, my.
Well, maybe if you didn't judge me for eating McDonald's.
It's
Anyway.
fucking
You know what?
McDonald's.
We can and we will.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, it should be said at the moment, Talia, the sword that you got from your father is not soul-bound to you at the moment, so if you drop it, you can't summon it to you. Not while you're here, at least, so.
Bust it out of the boat.
That's not something you want to hear as a X-Blade.
You still have access to all your abilities, just know that your god isn't here. Cannot reach you here. Yeah. Sorry, I've got a player in another campaign that likes when I say that.
Yeah.
Because usually people are like rolling, does a 36 hate their AC? And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
Talia, when you show her your sword, there's the hint of a quiver in her eye when she looks at it. And it's barely there that you don't even think you for certain saw it.
Can I do an insight check?
Sure.
Read her mind.
Wait.
Yes, peer into her mind.
Oh
What is
no.
wrong with this freaking
Dissect
thing?
them.
God.
I would say if you have actual dice, use them.
Revealed dice are much nicer than digital ones.
Well, she has this one really good dice that's just a 20 on it.
Oh.
I got a 14.
Okay.
Damn.
You're not certain that you saw it.
Okay.
You think that you're maybe reading into it too much.
Okay.
But maybe you just didn't roll high enough. I'm just gonna leave you in limbo.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
I don't know. It could be anything.
This was limbo.
There's probably still a little bit more time before you guys get there. Is there anything else that you guys wanted to do?
She would just kind of hum the
Um.
little pirate melody. You know the one.
I mean, I'm not sure if you guys need it, but you could probably take like a short rest or something.
Could I ask?
I mean, we already took a bunch of long rests before this, so.
Yeah, no, I'm
Never
just
heard
saying.
a short rest.
Could I ask our intrepid guide about the broken skyscrapers?
I'm good, so I'll keep lookout.
Okay. Yeah, she says, yeah, I'm not really sure what the story is there, but there's a lot of good stuff. That's usually the place where I hang out.
Have you known, or have you heard of any good stories from that area?
I mean, there's lots of stuff there.
Perhaps we should head there next.
I mean, looking
Stop.
around at all of this stuff, it's kind of weird, isn't it? Like, none of this relates to each other at all. It's kind of like just a bunch of random stuff got dropped here. Right?
Yeah, it's almost like
It's,
the land of the lost.
in fairness, that's our whole deal.
Connor, take a adversity
We
token.
are kind of
Alright.
nomads.
Oh, this is the land of the lost?
I said
What the hell is
almost.
the land of the lost?
Will Ferrell. Will Ferrell, man.
What about Will Ferrell?
He was in Land of the Lost.
Oh, was that a movie?
No, he was in the remake of Land of the Lost. Big difference.
Oh,
Snizzity snap. Anywho.
Got 26% on Rotten Tomatoes.
It's at this point that you guys start to pull up to your destination. You can see that there is actually a sinking, almost crater-like depression in the ground. And you can see that as you break the zenith of this and look down, you can see that there is a bunch of sand that has collapsed inward to this collection of living technology that is dead. It also, as you can see, seems to have changed in its form and whatnot, and has started to the way that like a pumpkin starts to degenerate, it like gets soft and starts like sinking inwards, like it stops being round and starts kind of like falling inwards a little bit. That's what's happened to the ship. And as you get close, Miriam kind of stops and says, yikes. Okay, so it is this stuff. Joy, yeah, I don't really know if I can help you here. Again, I steer clear of this stuff. It's creepy. I don't like it much.
Care to stock up on water first, then?
I don't really know if I want to go down in there.
Would you like to stay with the ship?
Well,
Well, I
mean, it doesn't
you
really
used-
do us any good if we don't... I'm a fresh set of eyes. I'll go in there. Whoever wants to stick with the skiff, go ahead and do so. Whoever wants to spread out, I don't know. I don't know how to approach this.
Sticks with
I
the
would
stick.
not suggest spreading out. That would make us individual targets for
Aye,
a
that beast could
potentially
be
hungry, for a potentially hungry displacer beast.
Mai and Talia, please make me either survival or insight checks. I will allow a survival check from Connor.
alright, Connor is going to roll survival.
ooh, that is a dirty 20 on survival.
Alrighty.
I rolled an 11. Can I use an adversity token?
Leo. Good
You
fucking roll.
may.
What do I roll for an adversity token?
An adversity token just gives you a boost to your 11.
Okay.
I will say with wait, what did Talia get?
I got a 19
Okay.
on survival.
Let me do Connor's first. Connor, as you're looking about this space, something feels off. And it's not because this world is weird or that this technology is foreign, but there's something undefinable, a gut feeling that something's not quite right. Talia, with your understanding of how one of your new abilities works, lesser monsters and animals will steer clear of you because they understand your presence. At the same fact, you can feel that reciprocating feeling, and this time you're getting the opposite effect, as if there is something stronger in here, something bigger than you, something that will not bow down to the authority that you command. You specifically understand that you are stepping into a location that is dangerous, not threatening necessarily. Like, It's the understanding of when you walk into some other creature's territory, basically, or when there is a predator moving through. There is that uneasiness that you feel. That's all I'm gonna give you.
Okay.
This is bad.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start approaching towards the ship, like
Okay.
on a very deep.
You're having to go down into what is essentially a very like minute crater. Like it's not steep necessarily, but you are kind of having to, rather than walk up to like the pinnacle where it was before, now you're having to walk down. Basically, it's like an inverted hill, basically.
All right.
And then there's like potholes where the sand has like fallen through in certain places.
I'm still going to approach the ship.
I'm gonna approach the ship, but I'm gonna do it stealthily. I rolled a stealth check and I got a 17.
Okay. Does anybody else want to roll stealth checks?
I'll
I'm
try
gonna,
stealth.
I'm
I
gonna
would like
stick
to roll stealth
around.
I think Jack's gonna approach
Miriam.
stealthily.
I got a 13.
Okay.
And I
Yeah,
got a 20 for
19.
stealth.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
A19.
Yeah, we can all just kiss Slippery Jack goodbye.
Oof.
Who?
I
Wow.
don't believe we know any slippery jacks.
And we never heard
He
from him
stealths
again.
so hard he doesn't appear on the campaign roster.
Wow.
Apologize right now. No, I'm kidding.
I just thought of something that isn't necessarily related to the situation, that is just kind of an interesting story, and so I'm not going to bring it up.
After the session.
I'll forget, but that's fine.
Keep it in mind
Okay.
for after the session.
It's fine. What did Holger get for stealth?
17.
Okay. Talia again. Or did Talia?
17.
20 what?
I said 17.
17. All right. My.
What?
What did you roll stealth?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Joshua or Connie?
Yeah, I'm sticking over by Miriam, keeping an eye on him.
I mean, Miriam's also going down in the bed.
Oh, well then fine, I'll fucking roll stealth.
I'm just double checking everyone's stealth checks.
Oh well, fuck.
Okay, well now my fucking dice are acting.
We just had a
God
bunch
damn
of people talking, so I don't remember. Joshua or Kana, did you roll stealth?
Yeah, I got a 13.
Okay.
I rolled a 19.
Okay. Yeah, so Connor's like going down and like ever so often he like stops and he's like, sand's hot. I wish I had shoes.
But then I realized, no, shoes are for the weak.
Bet you wish you picked these boots now, didn't you?
No. I do not regret my choices. I got
The
a cool
sand
coat.
boots.
I got a cool coat.
Yeah, Holger is walking across cool sand. Because he's generating sand. Joshua, did you roll stealth?
I rolled a dirty 19, remember?
Nice. I just forgot. I'm not notating these. I'm not basing these off of initiative or anything.
Okay.
No.
Oh, let me roll for Miriam. Okay, she's fine. She's doing the wide and low stance where she's kind of got like her arms spread out ever so slightly, and then she's crouching and doing long, low steps. She's like, looks like there's some potholes, so let's try and make sure that we don't stand in one place for too long unless it's solid ground for certain. You all approach the base where you can actually start to stand onto the actual structure. It does feel solid to you. In fact, there's even less movement to it than it was before. Like, you get the idea that this thing is, I always forget the word.
Sparrow, does our ship have rigor mortis?
Yes.
Solid. Rigor mortis.
Neat.
And you just start to make your way inside?
Yep.
Okay.
Connor goes. And
Yep.
Yep, you go ahead and do so. There are absolutely no trips. There are no splashes. There's no sounds of air hissing or energy crackling. It is completely dead silent in there.
Can Connor get the potion of slipperiness ready for in case Sun tries to jump him, he can get it on him and be hard to grapple?
I suppose it takes a minute to apply, so I suppose you could lather yourself up with some suntan oil right now if you want.
Yeah, he just rubs on. He just takes out the little leather pouch and just pops it open and pours the oil on his hands. Just like rubs on his hands and face. So it's like, all right, you little dimensional beast, you old bastard, come and get me.
Don't
Okay.
forget your shoulders.
Did you just season yourself for the Displacer Beast?
Did you just take your first shower?
Yes, for the first
that-
time in Connor's existence, he took a shower.
Is that substance other than mud and shit that you just rubbed on yourself?
Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Or it could be perhaps some various herbs and spices I had.
Yeah.
Now,
So
You'll never know.
don't get rid of the item yet. Keep track of like what the effects of that item are for now. Okay. What would you all like to do? Miriam's just kind of looking around, not really sure what to look at. Just like, you just showed up here? Because this stuff looks even more dead than other stuff.
Yeah, well, we showed up here. This thing has been here for forever, obviously. And I'm also gonna say that in Sylvan. To her.
She
I don't
looks
think
over
we
at
blew
you.
That thing here. I think we just appeared here.
Miriam looks at everyone else. What did your friend just say? Was she praying or something?
I think she's just weird.
Okay.
That's very bold coming from you.
Agreed.
You're on the thinnest of ropes.
Do it! I dare you!
Oh, question. Did you leave Ty up in the cart, or did you bring him down here?
I think I would have assumed that we hid the cart, kind of.
Yeah, we kind of just parked.
There's not really anything to do to hide the cart.
Yeah, you just cover it up with sand.
You want to
Park
bury
in
the
shade.
cart.
No.
Bro, let's just bring the cart in with us.
You can't. There's
Wait.
not a location
Wait.
to bring it in. Unless you want to blast in a hole or something. But then how would you get it back out? Miriam wants to leave it outside of the crater.
Can't. Prestidigitation, I can't, like, disguise things, can I?
No, not with prestidigitation.
Maybe with the depression, no.
I have crippling depression.
I love that game.
Yes, but what about the game?
Okay. I mean, you all brought Miriam here to look at it. What do you want her to look at?
Giant ass
All the
crystal.
displays were digital, right?
There weren't really displays. There were like things to interact with that kind of seemed like buttons and levers, but you're not entirely sure.
Well, first and foremost, we can ask if she can identify what, or at least if she knows what this is.
Yeah, she recognizes it, that it's the same kind of like living technology that she saw when she first arrived in the pyramids.
I thought you were referencing the crystal, my bad.
I mean, you told her about a crystal, and that seemed to pique her interest, but she didn't really seem to have any history with crystal. Or at least she didn't mention anything.
True, but if we can lead her to the currently dull crystal, and she has some kind of like a reaction, like a, oh, that's what you guys meant.
Can we ask her if she's seen one like that before?
Okay. Yeah, you lead her over to the crystal contraption. She looks it over and is like, doesn't really seem like a power source. Although this container doesn't really look like it's drawing it for energy. She kind of just looks around at it. Again, this is all not technology. This is like living stuff. So, not really my expertise.
Do you know anything similar to this?
Yes, I saw a lot of it in the pyramids over there. I don't know what it does.
So
Do you know of a
potentially our
machine that
best
does
Did you
guess
see any
of it.
crystals that
Did a
look like that
crystal-
over in the pyramids?
No. I don't really know what this crystal is, but it looks like it's been drained. You have to find a way to recharge it somehow or something. I don't know.
How about the way you recharge the batteries for the boat?
I'm willing
That's
to
feasible.
try and hook up a power source to it, but again, I don't know what that'll do. If it'll just make it explode, or if that'll just, be just the trick. This is again, translating evocation into magic
Right now.
is not the prettiest that
Right
I
now,
have, but it
it's
works.
not working anyway.
Fair. All right.
Right
I'm
now,
willing
it's not
to-
working anyway, so it can improve it.
Yeah, let me go
I-
get some stuff. Who wants to help me haul some junk down here?
Would you be willing to risk
That is
your
no help.
charger in the event something goes haywire?
I can always make more stuff. I'm gonna start tinkering with this. If that's what you want. Guess we're camping out here for a little bit.
Go for it. Keep my ears open for that nasty little displacer beast.
Same for Connor.
Likewise.
Okay. Again, you may choose to use your passives or roll for another perception check.
I got a 20 on passive.
That's a solid no from me.
Which is
Okay.
way better than my 15 for passes.
My passive is 16.
Oh yeah, well I can hide better than you guys. Nah.
Whole gear. You don't see anything, but you catch a sense of something, like a shadow moving past you. You know, like when you're in the water and you get the idea that there's like a fish that swam by your leg, but you can't see it? You get that kind of feeling. They're like something passed you. And you have no way of verifying it. You swear. And then you...
I beg to differ. I'm gonna cast Dancing Lights.
Okay. Yeah, you light up the interior of the space. Move them around. I don't see anything.
Something. It's here. It's just being quiet.
Connor's like, don't worry. I'm prepared to kill it this time.
Who's helping Miriam bring stuff down? 'Cause
Connor
she's
can
having
try
to
and help.
unload some stuff, and...
Connor can help.
Okay.
I rolled a
This is
dirty
pretty gigantic
21.
strongest guy in the world, so probably not him.
Okay.
I rolled a dirty 21 for perception. I'm gonna help hold gear, keep an eye out for the displacer beast.
Can Mai use her nose to sniff it out?
Yeah. Go ahead and roll a perception check. Talia. You hear, ever so faintly, a sound. And you're not sure what it is. It maybe sounds like sparse, maybe even hindered breathing, or perhaps something scratching. It's just a...
And that's creepy.
Sounds like hissing. Very, very low hissing.
Mai rolled a 25.
My. Now that this thing, this whatever it was, this ship or whatever living technology it was, now that it's dead, the smell in here has distinctly changed from a bunch of random stuff to basically just sand and dirt. However, there is something still fresh. Something that you can't define, but is different than the just sort of dusty nothingness that you've been breathing for who knows how long now. There's something moist in the air.
Ew.
Okay.
And
Miriam's
Never.
starting to like set up some standing lights and throwing hunks of like junk into a corner and be like, nobody touch that. I'm gonna pull stuff out of there.
touch
She's
it.
like starting to set up like a little work area and whatnot.
Connor's like, I helped.
Yeah.
Science.
I will say that if Joshua
Anybody
wants to
happen have
assist
the
her,
spell Fury Fire?
I'll assist her.
okay,
Gotta
you will give
those
her advantage
mind
on her
games.
checks to do this thing. Yeah. Does anybody have fairy fire?
I do.
No.
If anybody's got Fairy Fire, you can cast it over in a direction you think you hear something at, and maybe you'll see something.
Yeah, but do I like? Can I tell where the smell is mostly coming from, or is it just a
Yeah.
smell?
It's kind
Okay.
of away from here, kind of off in a corner. It's in the same general direction that Talia can kind of hear the sound. Again, you're just getting vague direction, that it's kind of over there. That's all I'm giving you.
In a way, I don't want to be the stupid girl, but I really want to be the stupid girl and investigate the sound, but
I mean,
Yeah.
both of the girls can go.
Not combat.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I'll go with Talia, and I'm gonna ready the fairy fire when I get into range. Before within like 60 feet or so. If something happens. If I'm allowed, anyway.
Okay.
prep. I'm gonna have my hand on. I'm gonna have like my hand like close to my sword. Well, swords to the like just on the safe side.
Which swords? The dual wielding, or are you pulling out your dad's sword?
I think I'm gonna dual wield.
Okay. That just means that you... Oh, actually, no, you can cast spells with those. That's right. Okay. You're fine then. Oh, and the one leaves a little trace of light, so you can see a little bit with it, too. And then the other makes sound, so... You're not exactly being stealthy anymore. Let's just put it that way. But the two girls start to step off, sort of making their way down kind of a section. Again, there's not really hallways. It's sort of open in here, but they're kind of moving off in a direction. Miriam's like, Joshua, hand me that thing.
Follow them.
Okay, yeah, you can absolutely stalk them. You can see that Miriam's like reaching in and like grabbing some of these like kind of cable intestine things and like cutting into them and ripping them and like hooking up actual like sort of cords and hoses to them and like starting to work into it. She's basically translating whatever this nonsense is into something that she can actually work with. And so far it's working with Joshua's assistance. Which is really great because she rolled a natural 1, but she has advantage because Joshua's assisting. She's like, wait, where did I leave that? And Joshua's like, oh, I think you're looking for this. Like, oh, thank you. She's like, it's actually kind of nice to have I was gonna say assistant, but I think someone that generally understands this stuff. Anyhow, and she like gets back to work. Okay. What's Holgear and Connor doing?
Connor is asking Holgear, being like, "Hey Holgear, do you think Maya's hiding something?"
Probably. But I also know she probably will hit you if you try and, like, pry.
Conundrum. Do I risk getting punched in the face or pry?
You could always just wait. These things seem to have been coming up pretty frequently lately.
I guess that's true. Can I do, like, is there a check to see, like, if anything else is going on with me physically, aside from my lack of connection with the other Connors, or no?
What would you like to do?
I want to do an insight check on myself to see, like, what's going on with me physically, you know?
I don't want you to tell me what sort of game mechanics you're going to do. Tell me what you're trying to do.
Connor just wants to figure out, like, aside from his lack of connection with the other Connors, what else is going on with him? Like, physically, mentally, and all that kind of stuff. Like, basically assessing himself.
You're just gonna take some time to kind of soul search, I guess, or something?
Yeah, like, going to find somewhere that's, like, not far from everyone, but not in the way of everyone.
Okay.
And do a little meditating.
location.
Go ahead and you wanted to do insight, so I'll allow it.
Yeah, I feel like inside was the most prevalent one for it. What do you have, like, an idea?
Insight's fine.
Sorry, I didn't mean to, like...
No,
If this Connor wasn't aware of the other Connors, would he even be aware enough to check to see what was going on with the other Connors?
Well, he was aware of them, but
know
now
they
he's
existed?
disconnected from them.
Okay,
I got a 13.
gotcha.
You have always been by yourself for as long as you can remember. Even in worlds where you've had multiple different people, civilizations that you can interact with, you've always had yourself. But now that you're no longer connected to them, it feels strange. But not too unpleasant. Like, there is no, pain. This is just very troubling. This is concerning. You do know that since you've been going on these journeys to different locations with these people, somehow inside of you, you know that your group is meddling. Since these people have gone to different worlds and different dimensions, you know that they're breaking the rules. You know that their connections to fate have been severed. And in a way, you've been able to tap into this and grab hold of those strings and chase after them at moments. Ever since you started working with these people, there's been stuff that you've been learning about yourself. Even though after all these millions of lifetimes, you're still discovering stuff. And in fact, for the first time, you've not been distracted by these countless lives that you were currently living, and now you're just one person. And now that you're paying attention to all this stuff, there's a lot of stuff that isn't adding up. And it's maybe because of the fact that you've been overwhelmed with so much of you, so much of everything else, that you really never stop to consider and think about all this weird stuff that's happening. And maybe that was the point. Maybe that was the reason. Maybe you weren't supposed to know about all the other yous, but because you were distracted from understanding what the truth is.
Connor would feel, for the first time in his existence that he can recall, a dread that he's lost sight of the truth. And this makes him feel very ashamed and very defeated. And he's trying to hide it, but it's just like such an overwhelming defeat that it's hard to really hide it.
And as you come back from this soul-searching, kind of understanding these revelations that you've been overlooking up until now, you look at the space around you and it's disgusting. The fact that whatever this thing is, its identity escapes you, and yet you can't help but feel like you understand it, at least on some aspect, that this was something. It was alive, perhaps, and now it's dying. And that shouldn't be. Like, it was made to be able to survive anything, even without food, without light, without energy. It was made to sustain itself because it was neither living nor non-living. And now it's dead. Which means something happened.
Connor would go to a wall, place his hand on it, and kind of says in a whispering tone, he's like, I know you're dead, so these words probably don't mean much, but I gotta be honest with you. Your existence disgusts me. I don't know if it's because of this similar kinship we share, or there's something else that I can't really remember, but your existence disgusts me, and by weird extension, I disgust myself. So if you have any kind of secrets or anything you want to share, please just share them.
Make a persuasion check.
He's talking to Mai. No, I'm just kidding.
Your existence disgusts me.
Bam!
He's talking to
I
a
use
wall.
my given
I
20.
agree.
Yeah, you can use your auto 20.
I use my auto 20.
And again, the statement that I was trying to make is that, you know, this is like alien technology, so however you feel about that is up to you. The point I was trying to make is that now that it's dead, it's more unsettling. You know, it's like the difference between seeing a zombie and like actually seeing like a corpse. Like zombies are like, ugh, but like when you see like a dead person, that's more unsettling because it means that there's a killer. That was the feeling that I was trying to impose, but however you wanted to feel is up to you.
Connor just feels disgust.
With a
Either way.
natural 20, what additions do you have to your persuasion?
With my persuasion, I have a +7, so I got a 27.
27. Do you want to use an adversity token or anything to give it a boost, or are you fine with the 27?
Yeah, I'll take an adversity token.
Okay. It is with that I would like us to take our bathroom break.
No,
How many adversity tokens do I have left? 2 or 3.
Aww.
I'll be right back.
Nice cliffhanger.
Not Connor having an existential crisis talking to a ship.
Yeah, I'm wondering what secrets the walls will hold.
If anything, you know, Connor would be the person to be talking to walls.
Is the most epic of us all.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's just very attuned to this kind of stuff.
He's in tune with the ship, but not with social cues.
Come on,
Okay.
we've all known.
He's so above.
We've all
those
met that
he
one
won't
guy
be good.
who's not very good with social, right? Social interaction's tiresome.
Mm.
We all know this.
That would be me.
Oh,
I hate
actually,
social interaction, and yet I work in retail. That's a weed for a living, so that's all right.
let's do this music.
Let's start playing the whole El Dorado soundtrack.
Ah,
Connor, as you place your hand on the walls and close your eyes, there's a distinct feeling. And you almost press your hands into the surface, and it almost seems to react to you, as if it's drawing you in. And as the wall slowly wraps around your hands, just as if, you know, someone's lacing their fingers with yours. You could pull back, you know, this isn't like trapping you. You get the sense that it's responding.
Connor decides to go with it. Be like, I'll go. And just says, hey guys, I'm gonna
No,
mix
no,
into the ship for a bit.
you aren't going into the wall. This is like,
Ah,
No, let the ship eat him.
this is just the wall, you know, holding hands with
It
you,
got a little
basically.
squishy.
okay.
What if Connor becomes a ship, and that's how we...
Hell 9,000 Connor.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that, Mai.
What?
Shush.
If Connor became the HAL
Let's
9000
leave
of the ship,
Mai out in the astral plane.
Ship Connor would dedicate his existence to making Mai's time on the ship a living hell.
I don't know why you're attacking Mai, because Mai didn't say that.
I'm trying to do a very spooky story thing right now.
Sorry. All right.
Sorry.
Paint
This
the
guy.
word picture.
Connor, the ship speaks to you. Why did you let me die?
Because you, like I said, disgust me. And I don't know why, but for some reason, I want you dead. I want everything you are dead. I want your existence no longer existing. I don't know how much clearer I could have been all those times with your kind. That's why.
Then
That's a bit hard.
did you make me this way?
I was young, I was stupid, and screwing with things I never really understood.
You made me to suffer.
Just
You
frankly,
find me disgusting in the image you made me. Why?
like I said, I was young. I did some things I was never proud of. Now that I've gotten older, seen and done more, in the hindsight of it all, it was all petty, disgusting, and I'm just disgusted with everything I've done in the past. That's why I find you disgusting. You represent everything I've ever done before now.
Everyone else, except for Connor, feels a rumbling and shift.
Good kind?
It feels as though the entire thing is shifting and sand is starting to pour in. And like Miriam's looking around like, guys, do we need to get out of here? What's going on?
Joshua just says, no, you should keep on working on the crystal. Just a bit of a sandstorm.
Okay. As this rumble and shake happens, Talia and Mai, as you are standing side by side, there is suddenly a pit as something wet hits the ground in front of you.
Is it a human corpse?
We're now going to cut back over to Connor.
Probably walks.
God damn it!
Connor,
Connor, you're ruining everything.
No, it's a
Wow, that's just hurtful.
Oh, he's not. He's making it better.
No, you.
I'm talking to Connor right now.
Okay.
Connor, you don't like this ship. You don't like its weird technology, whatever it is, right?
No. I hate it because it represents something very stupid I've done.
Do you wish you could change it? Do you want to stop it? Do you wish it wasn't there anymore? Do you want it gone? How are you feeling?
Connor doesn't
what's
know
the
how
aspect?
to feel. Connor doesn't know how to feel about it. He wishes he didn't have to look at the grotesqueness of it. He just wants it to not to be something that doesn't remind him of the things he's done and how badly he screwed things up. He just wants it to be better. He wants whoever's in there maybe have some semblance of it's not you who's suffering right now anymore. Right now, I'm suffering because of the things I've done, and you were just the unfortunate soul that was a victim of that pettiness. And just wants it to not suffer and be what it wants to be.
Do you want to wipe it from existence? Do you want to replace it? Do you want it to, improve and be better? I'm still a little lost on what you're feeling.
No, Connor would never want something to be erased totally. Because that's like something Connor just can't accept, or something to not exist. He would want it to be improved, to be better, to not be suffering anymore. But yes, he wants it to improve and be better. If that makes sense.
Okay. Here's what happens. As you are pushing your essence into the form of whatever this creation is, you can feel it start to react. And it responds,
You hate what I am, but I am what you wanted me to be. I can't comprehend, understand. Why do you reject me when I was what you intended?
Back then, I was dumb. I was arrogant. And I didn't really value life all that much. I just want you to be better and not have to suffer. Be something I never thought you could be. I want to give you the freedom to be better.
Will you fix me? Make me what you want? Or will you leave me to die?
I'll fix it. I'll fix it. But I have
Alright,
a
Connor.
favor.
What would you like to have happen?
First, he wants whatever's in the ship to not have to feel like it's suffering. He wants to give it a newfound, self-confidence boost. And he wants to breathe life back into it, in a sense. Try and grip into whatever he can grip into for his creations and rebuild it. Be better and maybe less grotesque looking.
Okay. Okay.
Tall order, I'm sorry about that.
I'm so confused on what's happening right now.
I am so sorry.
Connor is learning.
What happens is that all of the weird, malformed, twisting and turning, amalgamation of whatever the internals of this thing is starts to flatten out. It becomes uniform. Metallic skin starts to spread over these spread out intestines. They start to reform and reconnect, and it's like flesh is being renewed in here. But it's all still, technical and, metallic and whatnot. The ground underneath of Joshua and Miriam as they're working becomes a mess, and Miriam's like trying to pick up pieces and like consolidate it, like, okay, this is weird, something's happening, it wasn't me, I don't know what's going on, but it's working, I guess, something. Mai and Talia. Suddenly a figure falls down from the ceiling in the darkness before you. Its hulking form lurches and snaps into place, and it cranes its head as two glowing eyes look at you, and a voice says,
"Ah, children of the gods, come to play hero again. Aren't you tired of this?"
Excuse me? What?
These roles you play, you have been put through them. Like, that is all that you are. I have met others like you before. Child of the worm, child of the ward. And yet, here we are, again, and their choices and sacrifices yields nothing. Don't you want to break from this cycle? Change the rules we play by, the laws that gods demand of mortals to play their games.
And you watch as this figure doesn't approach you, but it does turn towards you, as the crouching form of some sort of cat-like creature presents itself in the darkness, as the construction of whatever this thing you're inside of starts to take shape. Sorry, I need some water real quick.
Real quick though, how close is it?
Could we be able to hear it?
No, not even Jack can hear it, because it's only talking to the girls at this moment.
Damn.
If he's within 10 foot of the girls, then he's being seen, because I've got my dancing lights up.
The girls have stepped a bit away from the general room.
I will say I did hold my reaction.
Yeah, you can absolutely hit it with fairy fire, which allows you to see the outline of its shape, which is terrifying to say the least. It has gone full eldritch horror. There are like sprouts coming out from its back and just sort of waving through the air, dripping little bits of black liquid that just sort of fall to the ground.
Said it was feline? Is it like...
Yeah, it was the Displacer Beast. But as the internal hull of this ship starts to form and start to become slightly luminescent, you can make out its form. It is pitch black, as in it is made up entirely of just pure black viscera, as you see that it has assimilated itself into whatever this ichor substance is. But you get the sense that there is actual intelligence this time. There is life somehow. That this is a weird amalgamation of not just the ichor taking over a body, but there is something else. And you get the sense that that might have something to do with the sprouts that are growing out of its back in the weird twitching sensation. Again, you keep hearing snapping sounds, but you realize that it isn't bones, it's branches. As you realize that the black tendrils growing out of its back are actual roots. And the light in its eyes is nothing living. It is pure energy situating itself behind eye sockets. And every so often you watch as this sort of wobble passes over its surface, and you see like the limbs sort of twitch for a second, and you get like a sense that it's like gonna leap at you, but then it just continues to stay there. And like its head like morphs and distorts a little bit or something, and like snaps to one side and then is instantly back. It is a pure nightmare at this point.
Go.
Talia, any reaction?
Yeah, Talia, any reaction to this thing telling you, are you going to listen to the rules of things outside your purview telling you what to do? Are you just going to follow? And actually says that.
These footsteps.
You were left at the sidelines of your life until those outside that abandoned you decided they finally needed you and gave you purpose, gave you work, a chore, a glorious task to fulfill.
Interesting note. It called Talia Child of the Worm and my Child of the World. Which leads you to believe that it understands your parents, your heritage, basically.
You know my tree?
Yeah. It is low to the ground, but not in the sense that it's like getting ready to pounce. In fact, it seems like it's maybe even like bowing its head slightly, as if, you know, offering that it's not going to instantly attack and kill you. Hence why it's talking to you. But yeah, you all watch as the internals of the ship not only rejuvenate back to life, but become something fresh and new. And actually becomes something usable and likable. And I'll go ahead and post it again, but the ship actually turns into this. And there is like this rumbling sensation as you feel yourself starting to lift up in the air a little bit. Let's cut back to Connor.
Yo, my boy.
Connor.
Yes.
The ship responds and says, "Hello. Do you appreciate me now? Is this truly how you wanted me to be? I must say, this is quite interesting. Thank you."
Well, I could tell you to be better. And why is it so surprising that I changed my mind and want to remove you from suffering?
It is much appreciated. Although, I must warn you, that creature that drained me is still here. Interior, crocodile, alligator. The beast still lurks within. Pardon me. Do you drive a Chevrolet Motor Viator?
I don't even know what a Chevrolet Motor Viator is.
Very well, moving on. How would you like me to proceed?
Can you kill it from here?
The crystal's ambient activity is relative. Unfortunately, we are, as stated, sent to the end of the world. Time no longer exists. Worlds are unable to be reached, unfortunately. In order to be able to reacquisition the powers of the crystal and control flight paths to previous and internal dimensions, one must reset the query. Where are we?
We're at the end of the world.
Correct. Problem analysis. Crystal is drained. Connection to every world must be reestablished. How might we suggest this?
Well, Connor turns to Joshua and I forgot her name.
Miriam.
Shall I
Marion?
connect to... and then it says something in a language that you don't understand, but it sets your head reeling. And you realize with a shock, there is another Connor. And it's here. And that's when you realize what happened. Because you broke the cycle and actually went to another world, that's, like everyone else, what severed your connection to fate and eternity. That's why you are disconnected from all other Connors, because you have actually gone to another dimension where there is another Connor.
I'd approach the other Connor and look at him.
He's not here. Like, he's in this dimension, is what I mean.
I would just feel genuinely confused and wonder, is this how all the others felt? And I just shake my head and be like, what do we do about the intruder that's on the ship? The creature.
That is up for you to decide, unless you would like me to perform emergency actions.
If you can help my friends, help them. And I describe Maya and
Current threat should... Yeah, I'm sorry. Current threat level is neutral.
we both know that ain't gonna be for long. Can you help my friends escape from it?
Absolutely. And then suddenly a door closes in front of Maya and Talia, blocking you from the creature.
And a sign then appear to be like, head back to the main room. I think we can get this thing fixed.
Yeah, like a little strip of like glowing light start to, go in a pattern that's like pointing you back the direction you came. You know, like those strips of LED lights that it's like some are on and some are off, and then it's like going in like a direction. That's what's happening.
He's gonna turn around to the direction of everybody else and it's like, what the fuck just happened?
Miriam like throws up her hands like, I don't know, apparently you didn't need me. And she like throws her equipment into a pile. This interior of the space is illuminated. You are within the internals of a ship. the crystal is still drained, but everything else seems operational.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at Talia and kind of.
Connor anywhere?
I thought the crystal was needed for function.
I think it's needed for travel, like. I assume.
Yeah, Miriam was like, yeah, you guys told me that this was like its power source, but that doesn't seem to be the case. This seems to be a navigational sort of system here. And you can see that she's still like hooked up to it and like translating stuff.
Wait, Connor, you knew about all this beforehand?
Connor's just like deep in thought, trying to figure out what to do next.
Proposition. Connor. You hear a voice coming from everywhere, and you get the sense that it's the ship, and says, "Proposition. Entire party meets with Undyne."
Who?
And Connor, you realize that is the other you.
No, we can't go to them. If that happens, who knows what could happen to me?
Connor, I need you to open the door back up.
Can't do that. No. It stays out there. That thing is going to cause more trouble. It's going to hurt us.
Connor, it's not going to hurt us. If it was going to hurt us, it would have fucking done it by now. Open the door.
Connor just keeps the door closed and is like, no.
Connor, open
Could be something good, man.
Connor, open the damn door.
Suddenly there's like a little chirp,
Connor,
like ding. The ship says, "Extraterrestrial located and ready for expunge. Would you like ejection?"
Yes.
Connor!
And then you hear like and then you see like a little shaft open up, like part of the wall opens up, and you can see like through a window that like this black Spock just gets shot out of the side, just splats against the ground.
Ouch.
Yeah, it struggles to reform itself for a second, but you get the sense that most of what its internal structure is like these solid roots that kind of like fold over themselves and then kind of become bipedal, and then quadrupedal again, and then the rest of the branches just sort of stick out of its top, and it like looks around. It notices the cart, and it doesn't really know what to do because you guys are hovering in the air.
Connor looks to the ship and is like, is the Undying the only option to escape this place?
Undyne is current only other resident of Carthus.
Let's go to it then.
Miriam's like, wait, hold on, no, who's on? Where are we going? Stop this! If you're done, I want out. Look, I helped you if you're whatever this is, but if you're gonna go deal with more of whatever this is, I don't want any part of it. That's how I got here in the first place. It's creepy and weird, and I don't like it.
And I approach her and be like, listen, I might have a way to get us all out of here, but I need you to trust me right now.
All right, well then go figure it out, and then maybe come back with me with a solution. But I'm not going back there. You can't make me.
Can I try casting?
If you go to cast something, she's probably just gonna counterspell it.
Yeah, I was like, should I cast something? And I was like, nah, she'll counterspell it. I'm like, that's not an option. And he says, take us to the Undying.
She is extremely good at that
counterspell.
Look, something called the Undying doesn't sound like something I want to be a part of. Correction. Name is Undyne. Whatever. Misinput. I don't care. Miriam looks to Talia like, can you tell him no or something?
Connor, this is one of those moments where you need to just let people do their own thing.
Can't do that. For the first time ever, I'm not alone. For the first time ever, I'm not alone, and I'm not going to lose that. I'm not going back to being alone again.
So we were just not here this whole time. You were alone the whole time that we were here. Let me off this fucking ship right now. She's like, Maya's just pissed at Connor.
No.
So let me off now. And she's gonna cast Vicious Mockery at him.
I'm gonna cast Friends on her.
Miriam's gonna cast Counterspell.
On your friends?
Yeah.
Shit. Sorry. Make a wisdom saving throw, Connor.
Alright, what's the wisdom save I have to beat?
14.
I got a 14. And I'm gonna use an adversity token to beat it.
Adversity token doesn't work on saves.
I think a 14 does it,
man. But 14 does it?
Leader beat.
What's your spell save DC?
It's 14, I said.
Okay, yeah.
Then
So,
she's going.
Connor saves. Connor, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Connor's pissing everybody off.
A what?
17.
That does not save. You are paralyzed. And then Miriam like runs up to the window and starts kicking it. She's like, "Come, Ship, let me off." And Ship's like, "Moment." And then the ship like lowers down and then like opens up the side wall. And Miriam's like, "It's still a little high," but she looks at everyone else like she's ready to jump. And she's still like holding her wand at Connor, paralyzing him like, "I guess this is goodbye." And she leaps off, and Connor, you're not paralyzed anymore.
Connor just steals the ship off, and he just decides to head off to the Undying. Have the ship go to the Undying.
Connor, wait! Oh my God!
You will put that ship down, or you will be harmed. Make no mistake.
You can't kidnap us.
I'm not kidnapping. I'm trying to help y'all. Trust
This
me.
is really not.
Okay, Connor, can you tell us how you're trying to help us?
I have a way. There's another me on this plane. It is not the me you are looking at right now. It is the other me. And I have a theory.
There's an alt Connor.
Yes, it's similar to when we went to the other dimension, and y'all bumped, and Joshua merged with the previous version.
Slightly less cooler version.
Correction.
Folger's gonna hop off the ship real quick.
The ship speaks up and says, "Correction. Undyne is creator of current process, unnamed. Connor is query. Other absence of material plane, present in end of world." And you get the idea that the ship is saying that it's the other Connor that made this ship. And now that Connor is here, basically the ship is suggesting that you go meet with this other you that made this weird technology.
That's exactly what Connor's trying to do. He's trying to...
Did Connor make the crystal?
The ship will listen to your instructions, but it does have, because you willed it to, have a mind of its own, and it can choose not to follow your orders, Connor. Because you specifically gave it a personality that it can resist and talk back.
I try to be nice.
Nah,
Yeah.
Can you tell to take us to the next crystal?
Yes. Yeah. So the wall is still open. Miriam jumped out. Miriam's
Okay,
like
Holger's
gone
gonna
back
jump
to her
out.
skiff and like has pulled it up alongside to see if anyone else is getting off.
Mai's gonna look at Talia and just be like, do you want to go after that thing?
Regardless,
I
we
think
can,
death of us all.
your brother is still on the cart.
Yeah. Also, my brother's still on the fucking cart, Connor.
There'll be other brothers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's-
with that, she's
really?
gonna walk up to you and just like punch the shit out of your fucking face.
So what we're looking for is the other crystal. Is there any chance that we can find it on this other ship?
Connor, what's your AC?
Well,
13.
damn it.
Roll unarmed strike damage.
Not.
Dang it. I've been drinking so much water I have to pee again. Actually, y'all are talking amongst yourselves.
Well,
I've got
2
time.
and 10.
Be right back.
So how much
Okay.
damage did I get?
Actually,
I'm actually gonna be right back too.
yeah. My dice are being dumb. I don't know what the fuck's going on. So you're only gonna take 6 points of bludgeoning damage. But it's more of like she's just extremely angry. It's not to like cause a lot of damage. It's just more of like to let her
Alrighty,
emotions out a minute.
Connor's just
So
trying to
what
help.
we need to be doing is working
Okay,
our way to the
but-
next crystal.
Connor's just asking you all to trust him.
Well, Mai doesn't.
You know
First,
what? I think we should.
I think that you
we
should
should-
suggest it and then let other people help decide what we're doing instead of you just deciding what the fuck we're doing.
This is the first time I've ever done it before. It's kind of fun.
Don't get used to
How
it.
don't we trust Connor? Who's with me in trusting Connor?
Shut up, Joshua. just.
No. You gotta. It's Connor this first time. You trust me, Mai?
No. She's gonna walk to the open. She's gonna walk to the
You gotta
opening and look at
not
Talia and
trust
just.
Connor.
I think Talia had to step away for a second, but she's gonna wait for Talia to decide if she's gonna come with Mai or not. Because now she needs answers from that thing.
Connor, my issue isn't that I don't trust you. My issue is that you're being very jumpy all of a sudden. It's not like you are going anywhere.
Don't get it.
I'll say I don't trust anybody. I don't know anybody from here.
You can probably kill them.
Probably.
And you know what, Connor? You're right. I don't get it. I've been me my whole life, even when I saw a second me. But
And he almost stabbed Holgear to death.
I will say I am willing to hear you out if you are willing to talk, not drive us in a or fly us wherever just all willy-nilly.
No, I don't
Also,
think
we
it
need
was
to-
the me that built this. And the me who has the ability, probably has the ability to get us out of here. Or at least y'all.
Do you know where that is?
But the ship provided me the information of where
Pyramids.
the alternate... The pyramids.
Pyramids.
I wouldn't be opposed, but I would like to request to stop by the old towers. hear somebody's story whispering to me. I want to know what they have to say.
You're a little quiet.
That is fair.
You are a bit quiet.
Harry.
I have you at 200.
Holy crap.
Miriam is offering, like, should I unload your brother? Are you coming with? Like, what's the situation? Also, the displacer beast creature is still just standing there at a distance where it got ejected. Seems to have reconstituted itself and is just watching from a distance.
I'm waiting on Talia to give me an answer of whether she's coming with me or not.
Okay.
Yeah, I just got back. Sorry about that.
Yeah, Maya just punched
Talia, we're
on her face, and she's waiting to. She's like holding her hand out to you to see if you're coming with her to go talk to the thing.
Jack, you're keeping an eye on the displacer beast?
Yeah, if it makes a move towards someone, attack it.
Okay. I think it's, I'm gonna say it's probably about, like, 200 feet from you guys. But even at that distance, you can get a sense that it, like, turns its head ever so slightly in your direction and then speaks into your mind and says,
Slippery Jack, can I assist you?
Only by keeping out of our way, if that's what you can do.
As long as you keep out of mine.
I think we have an agreement, my friend.
okay. Yeah, it has telepathy, so it can talk to you at this range if you wanted to. What are the girls doing?
I'm gonna go with mine.
You're gonna go with Miriam?
Me.
What's Mai doing?
I just said that I was waiting for Talia to.
Yeah,
say where
whatever
she's
the
going.
decision is, Mai and Talia are doing it together, but, like, what are you guys doing?
We're telling Connor to lower the ship again so we can get off.
Oh, Miriam pulled up alongside. Like, if you go any lower, it'll have to, like, go back down into the sand, and the ship doesn't want to do that because it doesn't want the...
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah, I'll just hop onto the cart with my brother.
Okay. Talia, you do the same?
Yeah, but I'm gonna do a backflip off the fucking ship. Like,
Alright,
hey.
make an acrobatics check. And if you fail...
Please, can I give her bardic inspiration?
I'll give her bardic inspiration just to see if this works.
No one wants your bardic inspiration. No, I'm just kidding.
Wow.
We're all mad at you.
I was gonna do something nice for you.
Mai called it first. I'll let her give the bardic.
Yeah! Connor. Yeah. So.
Okay, I got a 16.
Okay.
On it.
Do you want to use bardic inspiration?
I will roll the bardic inspiration. That's a D8, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I was right.
D8.
That's a extra 5, so that's a dirty 21.
Okay. Miriam has kind of pulled up the skiff alongside a little bit low, so you kind of have to jump down to it a little bit. Mai does it with ease and then turns around as Talia, like, walks to the edge and is like, no. Then she turns around and does a backflip onto it and just lands on the edge of the skiff on her heels. And then Mai grabs her, like, shirt and pulls her backwards onto it. And Miriam's like, what the heck? That was completely unnecessary.
I think Maya just kind of like
I look at Miriam and I'm like, what? It was fun.
I think Maya just is like, after the realization that she's okay, the adrenaline just makes her start like giggling. She's just like, okay.
I will say, if you wanted to like catch her as she's like stumbling and falling backwards, and you like catch her in like a hold or something.
Yeah.
I was gonna say princess style.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you give her a dip, and she's like, "Hello." Hello
baby.
again.
Hey,
Okay.
there's the smolder. Hey.
Hi.
Joshua.
Joshua have really anything going on and decides to say, Honor, I trust you. You might want to be wary of the others.
He just looks at. He just
I will
looks at.
let everybody know that the. I will let everybody know that the Displacer Beast seems to be at bay, so everyone else is free to do whatever they want to do, and not have to worry about him.
Okay.
Scratch and plastic.
Holgear, what are you doing? The girls have their own ship. It seems like. Like it's a girls' party over there.
So it would seem.
Girls' night.
I'm wondering. So long as Connor is willing to make a detour over to the old ruined skyscrapers, I don't mind tagging along with them to find new Connor. Post-apocalyptia Connor.
Okay. Okay. This is brilliant. Because Connor, do you agree to this?
Yes.
Okay. Here's the amazing thing that happens is that like Miriam steers the ship away and is like, all right, let's get out of the, and then like starts steering directly towards the shattered skyscrapers, and then you do the awkward thing where you're like slowly following behind.
I was like, we're not following them. They just haven't been in the exact direction we're going.
No, because we were gonna go talk to the displacer mutant.
Oh yeah, I mean the displacer beast is kind of off to the side. So I mean, yeah, you can absolutely. Miriam's actually, she's like, "Are you crazy? You want to talk to that thing?"
And suddenly Connor seems less crazy for wanting the damn thing off the ship.
It's not gonna hurt us, I promise. And if it does,
he's definitely going to eat Connor.
It's gonna kill me.
He said not. The ship said not hostile.
He said neutral. It's neutral, meaning it can go one or the other whenever it wants.
It was the thing that previously killed the ship. So.
See?
Yeah, but it has answers.
Get the answers from the library.
Look, you fucking mortals don't understand.
Wow.
Yes, we do.
Like,
it's a monster.
The furthest thing from being mortal on this group.
Wow.
And that's profiling. That is profiling there, Mine.
You just said that you're not mortal, so how is it profiling you if you're not mortal?
You're profiling the other mortals on this group.
I mean, the other ones are...
Pretty sure Fire Genasi live forever, so...
That's not true.
You sure?
I thought y'all went at it if you went into the water.
Yeah. Or die.
Bro, like when the first time we met, I was literally swimming.
I thought it's because you rolled a high constitution save.
Okay, either way, Talia, are we gonna go talk to the thing or not?
Yep, let's go.
Okay. Bye, guys. Fuck you.
Okay, yeah, Miriam's like, okay, I'll pull up close, but then you gotta get off and like go talk to it, because I'm not getting close.
Yeah, we just keep an eye on my brother and we'll go talk to it. I promise.
Okay.
If something... Yeah,
alright.
You're good.
I'm not your chauffeur, but okay. And she just like...
You got anything better to do right now?
Wow, you are really bad at asking for help. I feel like she's kind of taken hostage at this point.
I think
Where's
Connor's
her
not here and should shut up.
I mean, this is me as cast above Tingle.
I ignore you.
She ignored.
No, she doesn't actually say that though, but it's just she's just there's a lot of adrenaline going on.
Yeah. Yeah, the big alien ship speeds past overhead, casting like a big shadow. The displacer beast looks up as it passes over and then looks to you as you slowly walk up to it. What?
Connor just gives it the middle finger as he's floating by it, being like,
Okay.
fuck you.
Yeah, it folds up all of its tendrils except for one middle one, as it looks at you. No, it doesn't do that. It doesn't understand that. Doesn't understand that gesture.
He just very confusedly looks at Connor like, what?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't have any expressions. It's just the goopy boy. But then it turns its attention towards you two. What are you doing as you approach? I mean, go for it.
Let Talia take the lead on that.
Of course you do.
Yeah. Because I'm also doing laundry right now.
What? What? Okay.
Because I need laundry tomorrow.
He needs clothes.
I haven't been able to do laundry in the last week, so shut up.
All right.
Well.
It's your own dang fault.
No, the washer was broken when I moved in, so.
Your own dang fault for buying an apartment with a bad washer.
I will get back on the ship and punch you.
No.
The creature looks at you and says,
Children of the gods, you return. Shall we continue our conversation?
Yes. My sincere apologies for my friend's behavior.
So now I'm your friend?
I'm not talking about you, Joshua.
Yeah, I was gonna be like, so now I'm your friend?
Nope. You're lonely in the world.
Of course in the world,
right.
I'm an only being.
no more side talking. Talk to the weird, goopy cat.
Some
Tell me, is it answers you seek? Or is this simply more folly? As you continuously seek and abate my efforts. So tell me, why? What has brought you to diplomacy at this juncture?
I have at least one question.
I have many answers.
Natalia goes and reaches for the two swords, and she says, "Do you recognize these?" Do you know who they belong to?
The figure lowers its head as if staring into your soul for a moment.
You wield the sky blades once again. Curious. I suppose it is prone for mortals to follow in footsteps of those led before them. Ancestral heritage is quite becoming.
What?
I suppose you seek to ask me all answers of the universe, and yet you pose many questions without offering much in return.
Well, what is it that you want?
Bear in mind that your predecessor also sought to stop me in my efforts. So answer me this. Why do you continue to toil, to struggle against my tightening grasp? Do you simply act because you can, because you have been ordered to do so? Or do you actually think for yourself? Why do you oppose me?
I mean, are you're? I'm trying to figure out the words to say this.
Oh, I have the words for you. It's, wait a minute. Who are you?
That's no, for real, but like,
That'd be a valid question.
yeah. She's good. Maya's gonna, her ears will straighten up and she's like, cocks her head to the side slightly. She's like, so what exactly are you? Are you some sort of beast, or?
I am the root. I am the rot that lives. I am the corruption that was tossed aside. A tool of war that was left to dust when used. I seek to end the games of the gods, to return the natural order to the world, to allow mortals the chance, the choice, the free will that gods so claim that they give, but instead demand servitude and sacrifice, life after life for generations. Why do you follow the gods? Simply because that is the way that things are. Because it is asked and expected of you.
What gods? Or
The world has put you in a situation, and yet you do not think for yourself.
I'm just here to fix my brother. I don't know what gods you're talking about. This child of the world, or whatever the fuck you call
The
him.
beast starts to kind of sidestep, like it's just sort of pacing, almost irritably, but also methodically at the same time. And it turns its attention towards Miriam and the skiff.
Your brother sought action against me, delved into works beyond his dimension and suffered the consequences.
And then the creature sort of sits down awkwardly, so.
I did not put him in this position. He sought this end himself.
So you punished him for it?
The creature turns and glares at you.
No. I stated his efforts to rebuke me cost him as he sought to move beyond his world, to tear himself from his fate. Breaking the laws of the gods has their punishments.
So we weren't put here on accident, is that what you're saying?
Every place that you have been, every step of the way, your very creation was molded and designed for a reason. You are not simply who you are because you want to be, but you are a creation designed for a purpose that the gods decided.
It glares at you, Mine says directly.
You and your brother were created as embassies of a greater will. And that will decides to oppose me, as does yours.
And it turns to you, Talia.
You lived a life on your own because one of your parents sought a life of open world and adventure and truth-seeking pleasure of your own accord, and the other sought justice, vengeance, action against opposed will. That is why you have been summoned and placed in my path.
Mai's gonna look at Talia and try to gauge her reaction to this. What this thing's telling us.
Talia just kind of has like this resting bitch face.
Poker face.
Talia, daughter of the sea, the open ocean, a world of your own, a horizon to chase, treasure to find. Did you not enjoy your life far before you were given destiny, a legendary and blessed journey to seek? A duty to fulfill given to you by a creature outside of your life.
Again, the voice I'm trying to do is kind of like a raspy, burbling sound, but it's slowly drifting into Jormungandr. I'm trying not to.
It's okay, we just...
I mean, some voices just sound the same, man. Like, that's just real life.
I'm trying to be a
No, that's
good
just like
voice
real life,
actor.
man.
No, we
Give him the old Gilbert
fine.
Gottfried.
So let me tell you about the will of the gods.
No, please, please have this be his voice.
Do it.
No, dude,
Don't make it a parrot.
Gilbert Godfrey has been the antagonist all along.
Oh dear God.
And
Talia
go ahead.
Talia just kind of tells him straight up, and she like literally puts a hand on her hip, and she's like, "Well, to be quite honest, life was boring before I figured out that my dad was actually Norman Gunther. And technically speaking, he is not a worm. He is a snake. Get your facts straight. What's you dumb?
The beast lowers and shakes its head.
As is such of mortals, finding joy in stuff given to them. I refer to your father as a worm, for that is how I knew him before he grew to size and strength. A worm tunneling, burrowing through and eating my essence long before the world tree grew.
You mean Yggdrasil?
I stood before as the mulch, the turmoil that grew into the earth tree. I am the Morbuzak, fodder that was laid at the feet. But I still control the roots of that tree.
Yeah, Mai's lost. She's like,
I
don't
am
know what
not
anything.
simple pestilence to be left behind in an old war, to be used as sustenance for a mindless beast, a tree that spreads throughout the cosmos. To what end? Creating multiple worlds. For what purpose? To simply spread chaos. The world tree deserves order. That was to be my fitting destiny, befit the gods, but instead I was trampled upon, left behind, forgotten about.
Thanks for that. That has to be in character. That has. While this creature is given its like long-winded backstory, you just burp.
I mean, that would certainly subvert expectations. Everyone's like, "Oh my God, this guy's giving such a deep and like existential crisis monologue," and then all of a sudden he decides to burp. Like that, I would find that the funniest thing to happen. That would be the funniest thing to happen in any villain situation.
I thought my mic was muted. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Oh, no.
Yes. So this entity has proposed themselves as the Morbuzak, and states that they control the roots of the world tree, and described how they were a weapon used in a war of the gods for whatever reason, and then was going to be offered the position that the world tree now possesses, but instead was hated because it was a weapon, and so sought to be destroyed, and then from the remnants they were going to grow the world tree, but the Morbuzak still lived, and though it provides sustenance to the world tree, it does still manifest itself and control the roots of the earth tree, or the world tree rather, and it still has reach and power and can, reach other worlds in a very limited aspect. But
So
it was the Morzak all along that we were facing. Every one of those root things that we were going up against was it.
That is correct.
You
I
talked to-
sought to reach out my influence and my own power without seeking a vessel to do my bidding. I completed my own dirty work, but instead, you were placed in my path to sever me from my connections and endlessly send those worlds into darkness. The gods would rather see those worlds forgotten, turned to nothingness, than grant me what I desire. Your meddling has cost countless lives.
Our meddling has cost countless lives. You're the one taking the lives. How is that our fault?
I have taken nothing. I have not been able to reclaim what is rightfully mine. I have been unable to perform any substantial work. But know this, my actions would not have changed the course of history or actions of the world. It is your meddling, crossing over the barriers, and uprooting these connections that has plummeted the world from their connection to the Earth Tree. This is the truth the gods don't want you to know.
You...
My
So you
presence has been known for centuries before your life, and it will be present after.
This guy really lays it on thick.
So
The fact that
You're-
you speak to me now pertains that you have reason.
Wookie, stop it! Sorry.
Good, Kitty. Do it again.
No, do not tear into my freaking box.
I cannot help it, Mother.
Dear God.
I must spread my influence to these box of wheat thins. They will provide adequate sustenance.
He probably would. Box of wheat thins, to be honest. He's that chaotic.
He sounds like a fat cat.
Okay, god damn it. I'm trying to fucking god.
No, she's never going to be able to look at her cat again and not think of that voice.
Mother.
Mother,
Mother,
I require sustenance, Mother.
Can I fucking Jesus? That's it. I give up. I'm not playing. I've been trying.
Oh, no, my, no.
No, Mike, come back.
Fuck.
You're the one that named your cat Loki.
Sparrow, permission to insight check this fucker.
Go ahead. My, what did you
Yay.
want to say?
While she insight checks, Smai's gonna say, so you're saying that we are not making our own choices in doing this task that's against you. However, it sounds like you're trying to do the thing that you were made for originally, so therefore it's kind of sounding a little hypocritical. And I'm gonna cast Dissonant Whispers.
What
Yay,
does Dissonant
15.
Whispers do?
Yeah, fuck with this thing.
Let me double check. You
Make
whisper
it stop.
a discordant melody that only one creature of your choice within range can hear, racking it with terrible pain. Target must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, it takes 3d6.
Oh, so you're
psychic-
just going to deal damage to it. I thought, like, Dissonant Whispers.
No. It's and then it will move far away from me.
Okay, gotcha. It
Let
automatically succeeds.
Talia do her insight check. I
Talia,
just want-
your insight check is a 15?
Yes.
You can't really get a read on this thing. Again, it doesn't really have much of a face. It also speaks in monotone. It doesn't really raise its voice or anything. There's not a whole lot of input that you can get a read on. A lot of what it's saying could be true. It kind of makes sense. You know, there's a lot of things that you kind of just accepted and assumed, and now you're sort of thinking about it. You don't really know if it's lying, but you're also, you know, used to listening to, you know, all-powerful beings that are confident in their own understanding and ability of things, where they may not be lying because they truly believe in themselves, but you get the sense that this thing isn't trying to deceive you. You can tell that for certain. But as for the fact if it's lying, it doesn't seem like it, but, you know, what does that really help with, you know? You're still left to your own interpretation of events, unfortunately.
I think this dude's a fucking hypocrite.
My work is my own, not because it was gifted to me by any gods. I was allowed my own world, my own thing to rule, but instead I was discarded. I hold no grudges. The gods are flawed, but that is not my venture. I seek no retribution. Instead, I seek to make my own actions, to do my own bidding, my own work myself, to carve out my own space that I deserve.
So you have to
Natural
just...
law and order is chaos. There is beauty in chaos, yes. However, these things should not be left to the whims of the gods.
So you're not seeking retribution, but you're seeking to ruin everything for your own purpose.
The only ruin that comes is the one you wrought. If you simply see what I can do, if you would not hold me back, if you would not cut me loose, you stand against me. And in doing so, you plummet those worlds to a dimension not even hell can hold.
Yeah, she's gonna cast her
He's
dissonant
basically stating that it's not his actions that are causing the worlds to become engulfed in darkness. It's that the gods are literally deleting those worlds and pruning them from the earth tree because the roots showed up. Because the gods would basically prefer to have those worlds not exist anymore rather than let him have control, basically. And they can only do that with your guys' interaction. But there's like a bylaw that says that like gods can't actually interact with the mortal realm unless it is due to the effects of mortal themselves. So by having heralds such as gods come in and mess things up, you know, unintentionally or, you know, on purpose or otherwise, the gods can be like, okay, so it was their own choice, so let's go ahead and delete the world. which is true, which has happened. It's just happening more often and on a larger scale, especially recently because of all of yours interaction.
Okay, how he was saying it was very confusing, and I did
Right,
not-
that's why I'm stepping out of character
Yeah.
and specifically wording it that way. So what he doesn't, what he wants isn't the destruction of all worlds. He doesn't even want to destroy the world tree. He just wants to replace the world tree. He doesn't want the branches to be going all crisscross and random and bumping into each other and making stuff randomly without preparation and whatnot. He wants to be able to justly and control it. He wants to control the flow of life the way that it used to be. But now that it's chaotic and a mess, that's what everybody knows. That's what mortals think is natural, so that's just what they want.
So he basically wants to put things back the way that they were supposed to be?
He was promised that he would be able to control the generation of worlds and support them. Basically, he wants to, instead of making like a random tree, he actually wants to make like almost a grid system, basically. Like he wants to, make a framework and have them evenly spaced, in boxes and whatnot. He very much wants to control it in a very systematic way that would be more befitting of, a natural order. And then once those worlds are created, yeah, absolutely, mortals can go in and do whatever they want. But like the actual balancing of the world tree is so messed up that gods can't, be there all the time and can't interact with them properly. And that's why stuff gets out of hand. And that's why, natural disasters happen, because gods like accidentally bump into them or, sneeze and cause a volcano or something. So that's what he's stating. This is his perfect design that he wants to implement. The problem is that he has to basically take over the world tree. And in doing so, the gods send in heralds to be like, go fight this monster. Oh, looks like you messed up. Oh well, I guess we'll delete your world. That's what he's stating. Whether or not you want to believe him is up to you, but that is what he's stating.
So then, why did they delete my world?
They did not. They separated you. The Fey realm and world. The Feywild is its own world, separate from the Earth Tree. It is the realm of the gods.
But what happened to everything died? Like what?
The figure turns its attention towards the pyramids.
Those entrusted to watch. Their actions have led to this.
And then it gestures at the barren wasteland that is this world. And he's basically stating that it's because this, advanced alien technology type race or whatever that was observing your planet and accidentally crash landed is what caused that world to be erased. And so what the Mormazak did is that it attempted to, harness some of this technology. But Talia, you were sent there to stop it from doing so. Because, that was the biggest concern, that if the Mormazak was able to capture and manifest some of this technology, then it would become even stronger. But now, you guys are trapped here. And I think he actually states that after a point. He says,
whether you agree or disagree with me, we are all stuck here together. My influence still spreads. In a point that this aspect of me, does not know. But if I am able to return to reconnect this essence, I could prove a match against even the Earth Tree itself.
I keep calling it the Earth Tree. I don't know why.
The life tree.
World Tree. Okay.
Talking about Yggdrasil?
Life Yggdrasil, yeah.
So yeah, this is just one brute that is like severed, but has this aspect that it wants to turn back. So, yeah, I mean, basically you just have like a goopy kitty friend that's just like angsty and wants to get back. But you're all stuck here at the moment.
Wish I could do something like a
Name is not
fake pact
Chester
with
the
him to
Forgettable.
ensure that he is not gonna fuck us over. Damn
I
it.
mean, yeah, he can do a pact with you.
Really?
Yeah.
Dope.
What's the pact?
Be specific.
I'm fucking thinking, okay?
I will run to the bathroom and give you
Carter.
time to think.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Enjoy your pee.
Wow.
So, y'all are interacting with probably with a renegade death machine.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And I'm going to attempt to make a fey pact with, and I'm trying to think of how to word it properly so that it doesn't fucking blow up in my face.
You're not allowed to harm us or the ship or in any way disturb our progress to our goal.
It's not going to do that because that contradicts its goal.
Gotta be jilted.
If you
Probably-
wish, I believe an alliance is not what we are searching for, but in this world, a
Spider-Man.
truce should be applied. For there is nothing to fight for here, but instead, we should work together in order to find our way back. And then, and only then, should we discuss how to proceed.
See,
You have
but
my
I don't-
word. I will not rejoin this consciousness to the Earth Tree without discussing with you first. All I ask for in exchange is that you consider doing the same.
And it looks between both of you, Mindhalia.
Before you reconnect to your gods and do their biddings, consider my proposition, the position that I am in, and the options at your disposal.
Mai's gonna look at Talia and give her a look of like, sound good or?
Yeah, for now, truce.
Truth.
Talia.
Truce until we get out of here. Once we get out of here, then you consider whatever pact you want to do.
Okay.
Then we can kill each other.
How's that sound? Yeah.
And we kill each other.
First,
Hey.
get out of your
Again,
double-
what he's stating is that once we get out of here, that's not immediate like removal of ceasefire, like I'll kill you or whatever. But like once we're
Yeah.
out of here, then we'll consider talking.
Yeah.
So
But,
giving you
she's-
extra
yeah.
time. How does that sound?
Yeah, but yeah,
Yeah.
she's definitely gonna double make sure that Talia is okay with before she agrees to anything.
Yeah, I suppose that works.
You watch as one of these growths from its back maneuvers in your direction, and then you watch as some of the inky blackness kind of starts to pull back as you can see this wooden type root extends. As it does so, and it's immediately hit by the sunlight, it starts to crisp up, burn, and crumble away. But you get the sense that it's like trying to offer itself without like hitting you with the, black corruption ichor, basically.
Maya's gonna put her hand up and just...
Tar.
Yeah. That's fine. We got
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
Agreement.
Talia, do you do something?
Tar.
You give it a high five?
Oh no, don't high five the crumbly.
Not the crumble tree.
Not the toffee brittle.
That sounds like a cookie.
The crumble tree? That sounds like a cookie place. I might open a bakery called the Crumble Tree in the future.
That sounds fun.
There's one. There's a
I
cookie place called Crumble Cookie.
Oh yeah, no, we have that here. But Crumble Tree sounds way better.
Talia, do you agree to the truce?
Yeah, Talia.
Yes, I agree to the truce, but I am not gonna poke the.
You're not gonna poke the burnt. It's literally letting itself being burned to cinders in order to do this truce with you.
Okay,
We're agreeing
fine.
to it.
You're gonna turn it down, really? It's allowing itself to die in order to give you a handshake.
I'll give it a handshake.
Okay.
Just
Uh,
it better not.
Constitution saving throw? No.
No. Then it recoils and it like covers itself back up with the goop. Because again, you've seen like one of those roots that came in and got burned to a crisp. So you get the sense that it's only alive because it's being goopy right now.
Quick question. Can you turn into like a less big form? Make it a little easier to are we taking you with us, or?
I mean, he could pose as a mount.
I'm not riding him.
Suit
Wow,
yourself.
wow.
You will.
This
your-
form
suit-
is substantial enough
Honor,
to
no.
provide aid in such a way, although it is beneath me.
That's
I don't
good.
even want to know what that means, but okay.
Natalia says, "Beneath you, my ass. Get your tail over here."
The entire world has grown up. Wait, what are you doing? Why are you climbing me?
And you just climb up on top of him.
Yeah.
Okay.
You gotta just be like, it seems a great disturbance.
You're
for the
touching-
force.
No, Talia-
Mount acquired.
Ow.
Touching the goop is kind of what?
She's touching the goop. It's not climbing on her. Again, it was an act of like
cyborg goo.
Oh,
yeah, it's like the black, like you can touch it
wait.
for sure.
Is
Just to make this moment funnier, I'm going to attempt to scratch like the underside of him. Just
Oh,
to
no.
see
Nothing for me.
he's like a standing man, person, cat. Like
No, it's like on all 8 feet.
Exactly.
I thought he was
Yeah.
like I thought he was like mutton chops, but like a weird.
No.
Just
No,
a big
it's
cat
a
person.
displacer beast. Remember?
Okay, I was confused because you.
it's a
Okay.
Yeah, I described it as
It's a
panther.
badass beast.
No, yeah, but I didn't. You also kind of described it
When
in
it
a
got
way that,
shot from the ship, it lost all of its form and was kind of just like a bundle of twigs. And then it like tried to reconstitute itself. Like you saw it get 2 feet, then 4 feet, and then it was a displacer beast
Okay.
again.
It's still
Okay.
worth
Yes,
looking it up. It was
Yeah,
so
I
worth
think I said bipedal and then quadrupedal.
Okay, I guess I missed it. My bad. I legit thought she was crawling on top of a man, like a big.
Yeah,
man
you just
creature
climbing on his shoulders and like, take me for a ride.
That's what I was like. Can
Yeah.
you like drink yourself?
Yeah.
It grumbles. It says,
I have supported countless worlds. One more life to does not mean much, I suppose.
Is he having an existential crisis?
Its grudge is so huge that like it's just sort of
Do you have
used to it.
depression?
But yeah, Talia goes and scratches underneath.
You know, like when you go on Nickelodeon and you get slimed and then like someone hits you with a cream pie, like it. In addition to the slime, it really doesn't mean that much.
You
know.
Okay,
it stops adding insult to injury at that point because it literally cannot get any worse.
Maya's gonna walk over to Miriam and hop on the back of the.
Yeah, she like looks over like, you mind filling me on what's going on?
Big Cat is friends, and we gotta go to the. Talia,
You're
Talia,
funny.
Where are we going?
What you think, Big Cat? Where are we going?
I suppose we should investigate that which the others are also accumulating on. You should regroup with your own and discuss that which you have learned.
So you mean the crumbling skyscrapers that are over there? Nice.
In this moment of turmoil, all counted party should work together to escape this place. We should pool our efforts despite our differences.
Maya's still waiting for an answer from Talia. She'll respond eventually.
Yeah, Talia says that we're heading for the skyscrapers that the guys were heading for.
Miriam sighs, puts on her glasses, and just starts driving in that direction and like passes the big black displacer beast. And then it like starts trotting along. And it does that thing where it runs with its like kind of panther legs, but it also kind of I don't really know how to describe it other than it kind of like turns goopy and like also kind of like slug rolls. I don't know. Like it's basically just like surface skating across the surface. Like it's kind of running, but also it like kind of just turns into like one big viscous mass.
We're going to scar this woman alive.
Yes, it's actually at this point that we're gonna cut back to the boys.
The boys squad. Whoop whoop.
Oh yeah. The boys.
How much longer are you guys good for?
I can keep going all night.
Literally for the. And then as long as you.
Gosh dang it! Hold on.
Because people have things tomorrow off, right? You guys have tomorrow off.
Yeah,
I do have tomorrow off, but I am very tired.
How much longer are you thinking you can go, or you want to end it?
I mean, this next part kind of needs whole gear. But again, this was just gonna be like a side mission before you guys did whatever you were gonna do.
Okay, I think I'm good for another half hour.
Okay, all right, we can do that, and then we'll cut it off there. I think that's pretty good. Okay, yeah, you guys approach the shadowed remnants. Again, the best way that I can describe that is like, you know, the framework of like skyscrapers where it's just like a bunch of like cubes, basically, like girders and whatnot. That's pretty much all that really remains.
Yeah.
And most of these buildings are like leaning against each other and kind of broken and jagged. Yeah, that's pretty much the situation here. It is very dark here. because they're so tied that they're casting like shadows over everything, which is a pleasant surprise. And you get the idea of why Miriam likes to hang out over here, because, you know, there's lots of shade. There seems to be kind of, you know, occasionally resources that you could grab from whatever you're looking for, I suppose. But yeah, what are you guys doing?
Connor's going to try and explain the situation to the guy.
What do you explain?
Well, he's going to try and explain his plan, being like, the Connor in this realm, the Connor at the end of it all, could have some kind of technology to get us out of here. Problem is, I never met another Connor in person on the same plane, because usually when I'm on another plane, I take over the Connor that's there, and never encounter myself. So I don't know what's going to happen to me if I'm too close. And I don't trust that thing because it's the very thing that contradicts what I stand for the realms that exist.
Well, personally speaking, when I met my other half, it was literally just meeting another stranger. We just had the same face.
Yeah, well, trust me. For me, it's not like strangers. It's like changing shoes.
Oh yeah, but you're also telling me that you're not... This Connor is also an individual?
It is an individual. It's lived its own life until I decided to take over to help y'all.
Not the one that is currently in front of me, the one that's been here for a while.
I don't know what's going on with this Connor. I never sensed another Connor in here. Or any of the other Connors, so I don't know what's going on.
So then he's a stranger.
Yes, it's something out of the system. Let's just go before that thing gets to him. Let's finish up here so we can get to meeting him. I don't want that thing getting to him before we do.
Can do. Can I take my Stone of Good Luck in one hand and my Oven Rock in the other and try and sort of like dowsing rod for the third?
Yeah, make whatever check you feel pertains here. Whether it be like intuition or like religion maybe, or arcana.
Connor be the Arcana.
I am stupid. Yeah, let's do an Arcana. Why not?
Okay.
I'm gonna... You know what? I'm gonna burn a nat 20.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, then you absolutely know where to go. At some point you're gonna have to get off the ship and actually start walking these kind of sandy streets because the ship is too big. It needs to.
Yeah, no, Connor just tries to get it in as close as he can.
Okay.
You know, just it's kind of like parking the car at the closest parking spot you can get.
Would you like me to wait here or perch myself up onto the rooftops?
Your choice. Just stay close, please.
All right. And the ship parks itself there.
Take care of yourself.
Enjoy the shade while you have it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah. And Connor decides to follow wherever they want to go for the time being, as long as they ultimately head towards the pyramid.
And Joshua and Jack are just following along.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Need to think about this one.
After walking for a couple of minutes, Holgir leads you over to a building that seems to be not nearly as destroyed because it's sort of near the middle. So, there really hasn't been much weather damage. And it kind of leads you over towards, you can look down these streets and you can see that there are, like homes and shops, and like some of the walls and doors have been like completely destroyed and whatnot, but most of the interiors are still pretty much intact. And in fact, even without a wind, there is a slight creaking sound that you can hear, and you look over to see a slightly damaged but still readable wooden hanging sign that simply reads Journey's End, and it seems to be hanging over a nicely furnished wood door that leads into what would be perhaps an inn of some kind.
I'm going to approach and
You
knock.
gotta be kidding me.
Interesting.
This feels ominous as hell.
Couldn't have a more
It's
appropriate
better than
name.
dying in a gutter, wouldn't you agree?
You step
I mean,
into
it's a very ominous title. That's not just me, right?
As the door creaks open, as you push it open, the interior of this space is pleasantly cool. The entire interior of this space is dimly lit. There's just barely some kind of sun shafts reflecting off of different surfaces, but it gives a general nice ambiance, with not really any sort of candlelight or distinctive like specific light sources. The interior of the space is slightly dusty, but much cleaner than any of these other buildings and whatnot. It is dead silent in here. The windows and walls and everything still seems to be intact. The best way I can describe it is that it looks like a diner, but with like wood furniture, still fantasy medieval, setting. But, there's like a bar, there are booths, and there seems to be like, even like a side section, like, there seems to be like a fire, and a hearth, with like, lounging chairs off to one side, and then like a pathway that seems to lead back to like some bathrooms, and then like the back room to the kitchen. And you can actually look past the bar and see that there's like an opening where, whoever is at the bar would talk to the person at the kitchen. Think of like a 90s bar, or not bar, a diner. Yeah, exactly. It's very much diner setup in here, but still medieval sort of furniture setup. It is nice in here, but it is also deathly quiet. It's almost like ear-numbingly quiet in here, how quiet it is.
Can I do like a check or something to see if like there's any like threats or dangers nearby?
Any what?
Like if there's anyone hiding in this place.
I mean, if you want to search it, you can absolutely search it, but just standing at the door, you can't just make a check to know.
Yeah, Connor's just gonna like carefully like search the place to make sure there's no like hidden traps, people hiding in ambush.
Go ahead and make an investigation check. What's everyone else doing?
Holgir's doing his thing.
Gonna sit
I
down
got
at one of the
6.
tables.
The dowsing stops once you step foot in here.
I got a 6 on my investigation.
Okay. Looking around, you don't see anybody. There's actually like a thin like layer of dust that you can see. There's no footprints. There's no handprints. There's no disturbed anything in here. On the tables, you can see that there are set up with like standing menus and like little condiments. The hearth has like a single log in it that looks like it's barely got smolders on it. but seems warm.
Can I approach the hearth?
You may.
Last one I had was out of a hearth, so see if we can go 2 for 2. I guess I'll search around.
The fire in the hearth starts to glow a little bit, and the carpet almost seems to be fluffing itself up, or like not. There's no like physical action of it like moving or anything, but it looks like it's, you know, readying. Like it looks nice to sit down on. I'm really struggling with this.
I think what I want to do is sit down by the hearth in one of those chairs.
Okay.
And I think I would like to try and reminisce. Try and sort of access the latent memories of the area.
Oh dear. I try
Like
to... I'm furious.
What?
I'm trying to load up the next song to play and it's not working.
Oh, okay.
Because I have to... again, it's so annoying that I can't just like copy and paste the link. I have to copy and paste like the exact name of it. Okay. This should work. Nope. There we go. Okay. Holgir, as you sit down in this chair and relax and fall backwards into the comfort of this chair, you feel yourself at peace. The burning sun on your skin fades away. The ache of your joints, the dryness of your mouth, the headache, the soreness disappears. And you feel almost weightless, like you're dreaming. And you can look around at the space. And somehow, even in this destroyed and ruined world, you seem to have found a little bit of home. And as you look into the fire, a figure comes over and places a log in it. And you look up and see your father, who isn't paying attention to you. But he gets out the poker and starts situating it. And this is one of your earliest memories. One that was so hard to forget, but you had to move on. Your aunt is sitting and she playfully scolds him for being such a busybody and a perfectionist, and just let it be. And he kind of smiles and then moves on. And then your aunt draws you close and says, "What is it that you want?" This is one of the few family gatherings before, you know, the real family business kind of took hold and everything. This is still when you're fairly young. I think probably before any of your other siblings were born. So. What is your response, Holger?
My only question is, am I answering this as current Holgear or am I answering this as young Holgear?
I'll leave that up to you. I would think that this is probably a memory, but like I'm going to play this out as a memory. But you can choose to either be cynical or answer as you truthfully did back then. Like you can choose to be conscious of your reminiscing, or you can play out however you would like.
I think in the end, it was always the same. Holger just wanted to have fun.
Your aunt smiles and says, "Well, then I've got something fun for you." And she gives you a little Hold on. Sorry. Your aunt looks down at you and she smiles and says, "Well, the world can be fun. You just have to find it. You can make it." And she points towards the fire. "What do you think of the fire?" "It's having fun."
How can fire have fun?
Because fire is free. It's a free spirit. It does what it wants. But it has to follow rules as well. And she takes one of her I forget what they're called.
Pearls, rings, pendants.
No, I want to say crochet needle, but it's not that. But she was like I think it's like a loom thing or something. Like she was weaving something with like a wooden dowel, and she gives you one, and she says, "Stick the end in the fire."
Okay.
You stick it in.
Oh, yeah.
Now pull it back out. And the end is on fire, and she says, "See? You can have a little bit of that fun too. You just have to collect it. You can have a piece of the world. You can have as much as you like. You just have to understand and help situate people in the right place. Give them what they need, nurture them, and watch them grow, bloom." And this is when your other aunt comes over and says, Oh, don't be so childish. Put that back. And she grabs the stick and just throws it in the fire. You shouldn't be messing with such things. It's absolutely horrendous that you would give him such a thing. Here. And she hands you a very pretty rock and says, now look at this. It's pretty, isn't it?
It is.
It's not alive. It's not free. It simply was and is, and you can enjoy it now, and people can enjoy it later. It will simply be, and you can choose to be a part of it and appreciate it for what it is, but just know that you don't have to control it. You don't have to present it and make it or control it or have it. Just appreciate things for what they are.
Shit, getting heretical.
And it's at this point that your mother comes over and says, are you talking nonsense into him? Come over here, Holger. And she leads you away by the arm and looks down in your hands. What is that you're holding?
I got a rock.
She smiles. Well, we don't like rocks in the house, but I think if you put it someplace and leave it there, you know, everything has a place, but I think it's important for you to know that no matter what, she gives you a boop on the nose, you always have a choice. And then she undoes a ribbon holding up her hair. She hands it to you. And she holds a finger up to her lips as in a shushing gesture. If you hold it like this, and she shows you the first time how to make a sling, you can swing it around and throw it. Go play out in the yard, though. Don't do this inside the house. And it's this idea that your mother has given you the ability to control both of these things. Your mother and her two sisters, the way that they view what life is and the world, it was always strange and foreign to you for so many years. And when you were old enough to walk and talk and understand things, to retain memories, this is one of the first memories that you remember having. It's also the most potent that you remember holding on to, because this was also the last time that you had those family gatherings. After that, your mother's family wasn't allowed to come to visit anymore. And the strange thing is that it wasn't just your father's decision. In fact, it might have been proposed by your mother. And after that, your mother was also more distant after that. Something changed about her. She decided to become a mother and had things to do and priorities and obligations. And even in the wall that your father is, she always stood up for herself. She always had the power and the pride and the ability and to make choices. So you always held on to that aspect, that understanding that there is life in the world and you can choose to be a part of it. You can choose to simply be a watcher and observe it, or you can take control. because you always have a choice. And
the aunties were always a little witchy.
What?
The aunties were always a little witchy.
I don't think you ever really connected the dots until now. When you open your eyes and for a brief moment see like the shadows of your family around you. The family that was never really your whole family, or your close family, but was still family nonetheless. That represented aspects of who you are, who you became, or who you rejected, shunned, and kept silent for years. Now, you have the opportunity to accept that. Move on. The choice is yours. But just know, there will always be home. And as you open your eyes, one of the stones of the fireplace falls off and bounces across the floor and rolls onto a piece of cloth. And the end of the cloth is in the fire, burning slightly, next to a stick.
Holgir's gonna kiss his stone of good luck and just say, "Hello, aunties." It's been quite some time. Let's go change the world.
As you pick up the stone, with a swirl of light, the fire traces down the stick and the ribbon and traces itself, etching a rune onto the stone. And the ribbon wraps itself around the stick as the stick bends and forms itself into the shape of a Y. And you have a slingshot. And I haven't finished making this magic item, but know that when I do, it will be on your inventory.
When you do, it's gonna be sick as shit.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. I will pocket the lessons of my aunties. And then we will raid the bar.
And what this stone does is that it gives you the ability to hearth it, which means that as long as you have a stone from a hearth, you can will yourself back there.
Any hearth?
Any hearth, as long as you have a stone from it. So you have currently a stone to Mutton Chops' house in Yashira, and you have a stone from your house back in Need. What are the other boys doing in the tavern at this time?
Connor is going to try and see if he can.
Angela's just chilling at a table.
Okay.
Connor's sitting with Joshua.
Joshua, the menu falls in front of you, and one falls in front of you, Connor.
Pick up the menu and order the most expensive item.
Connor just looks at it. And tries
There is like a prime cut of meat with baked potatoes, steamed greens, and gravy. Is that what you would like to order?
Yes, with extra gravy.
How do you order it? You just announce it out loud?
Exactly how I do it.
Okay. As soon as you call it out, you hear a dinging sound. And you notice that there is a bell on the window leading into the kitchen. And instantly the smell of beautiful, delicious, tasty food can be smelled coming from the kitchen. And then you hear a clacking sound, and you turn over to see a sign that's gently swinging against a wall that says, "Wait time is about 5 minutes." Connor, do you order anything?
I was just thinking about what's gonna happen if he meets the alternate him. You know, it's like he's not like the rest of his group. He's kind of a random case for them. So he's just, I don't know. I guess for the first time in his first time, he decides to order a like alcohol or something just to take his mind off things.
What's Jack doing?
I think that Jack is going to be keeping his eye on everyone else to make sure that nobody is sneaking up on anybody.
Okay.
And make sure that we're all pretty secure.
Okay. Jack, you notice that there is a grinding sound, and you look over to see a empty glass slide across the bar in your direction.
You say it's empty?
Yes. Do you approach it?
Does it fill itself up on the way up?
As you look in that direction, you notice a glint on a menu above the bar. It's actually above the window that leads into the kitchen, and it seems to there's like a glint that passes over where it's labels all the different drinks that they have.
Well, I think that unlike in real life, I'm going to actually try to stay sober.
Okay.
And so I'm going to pass this up.
There is more than just alcohol. There's actually
Okay,
alcohol is like
I'll
the
take
least
sort of
amount of thing that's on their drink list. There are like a significant amount of juices. There's some ciders. There's like coffee
Is
and
there
cocoa.
milk?
What?
Is there milk?
Oh
Is
yeah,
there
there's milk. There's goat milk and there's
Oh
cow
yeah,
milk.
I'll have me up some milk.
Okay.
I have some milk.
As soon as you say
That's
that and look
mighty
back
good.
down, the glass is full of milk.
I'll sit there and drink my milk and keep an eye on everybody else then.
Okay. It's wait, did you order goat milk or cow milk?
Cow milk.
Okay. It is unpasteurized. So it's not, like pristine milk, but it feels like it was just, straight from the cow, basically. Like it's that fresh.
Just the way it don't like it.
Yeah. Okay. Connor,
Yes.
as you are worrying about things to come and stuff that is about to happen, it almost seems to be getting like darker outside, and it almost feels like the interior of the space and the, peaceful tranquility that it's trying to uphold is like almost combating something. Like you can feel it.
Can I try and figure out what it could be?
It seems like no bad vibes in here, basically.
I was just curious if I'm getting any feeling of what kind of thing it might be combating against or not. But if that's not the case, then all right. Connor's just looks out the.
It feels like this place is trying to appease you, but it doesn't know how to. So
Connor just thinks, man, even in a place that's supposed to make you feel happy, doesn't even know how to make me be happy. Kind of depressing. He thinks this to himself as he kind of slouches into his chair or the table.
There's like a rustle that happens, and then like a paper plane flies across the room and lands in front of you, Connor.
He unfolds the paper, reads it, or looks whatever's inside.
Wasn't expecting that. Sure, there's probably a message in there. It says something like, Destiny helps those that help themselves. But it's not wrong to ask for help.
Hey, Joshua?
Yeah?
Am I a good person?
Yeah, man. You're a good person.
Feels like every choice I ever make to try and help
Just
y'all
helped
ends
a
up
bunch
being
of-
wrong.
Man, we'll make mistakes all the flarkin' time. It's about how we handle them that makes us a good person.
Suddenly, all of your attention is drawn away as you hear the swinging door coming from the kitchen, and then a clattering sound in front of Joshua, and look down to see a steaming plate of food. And it's exactly what you ordered. Oh, and then like a couple seconds later, like silverware clatters down next to you. Again, the thing is that it almost seems like there's something in here doing something, but every single time that you go to look, all you can see is like the effects of it. Like you can never see if there is anything, what it is and what it's doing, but maybe all these objects are simply animated, so you don't even really think to look at them until after they're finishing moving.
This is not helpful. Making us feel comfortable.
Do you eat your food? Looks good.
Yes, I do.
It is delicious. I think it's at this point that Holgear probably comes back from his memory. Unless Connor and Joshua wanted to talk more. Sorry to interrupt.
Just sometimes I feel like when I try doing the right thing, it ends up making things worse. He says that to Joshua, by the way.
You hear a crumpling sound, Connor, and you look down and see the paper in your hand has folded itself into a flower.
He just looks at the flower.
Why is paper a flower now?
I don't know, I think magic.
I hate magic.
Hey now, Joshua, don't be rude. This place is pretty nice.
But it's going
Connor.
to be a trap.
Maybe. If it is, we'll get out of it together.
I guess. What do you think the girls are up to, anyways?
Probably still driving.
Probably scheming on ways.
Don't worry, Connor. You don't usually mess things up. You're just a very strong personality.
Yeah, well, when you cross multi-planes with alternate versions of yourself, you tend to develop one.
Undoubtedly. Probably doesn't help that you and Mai don't usually get along. You do have very strong personalities for each other.
I don't know, I just think Maya has some real secrets that could be real problematic for y'all.
That's true. But I think I'd put money that she doesn't realize everything that's going on in her own life, much like we don't. We're all just trying to figure it out. And that's okay. We're all just a bunch of weirdos traveling the multiverse.
And Connor try seeing if he can connect with the other Connor that's here.
How would you do that?
Probably similar to how he communes with the other Connors in the other dimension. Probably a little harder because, you know, it's a separate individual rather than another subconscious entity.
You kind of just try to speak in your mind and hope you're speaking to them, basically.
Pretty much, like a weird telepathic talk.
Good.
Do I gotta make a roll or?
I'm trying to think of what would you do.
I want to say Arcana feels like it's a very.
Sure.
That's just like my observation. I got an 18.
Okay. What do you try to say?
Hey Connor, it's an alternate version of you. I am in the same dimension as you. We are coming to talk to you about the ship you built and a possible way for us to, from my friends, to leave the end of the world and return back to the mainstream planes. If you can help, that'd be really appreciated.
Go ahead and mark off a 3rd level spell slot.
Okay. Let me see if I got a 3rd level. Yep, I got a 3rd level. This
as you use the sending spell. And what you hear is a response that is so deep that it comes across as like a gut rumbling feeling that comes up from inside of yourself that seems to agitate the dust where you can see, and quiet at the same time, as if whispering from across the horizon and scraping across the ground as it travels into your mind. And it simply says, "Interesting."
Oh joy, the alternate me is probably evil here.
That sounded like an evil voice.
Well, it sounds evil.
Hey, you don't know if he just has tuberculosis.
How do you get tuberculosis when you're the only other person on the planet?
He invented it.
And why would he give it to himself?
Power of Jesus.
Of course he does it. Then I out loud say, well, shit.
Language, Connor.
Nah.
You guys doing anything else?
Not really. Probably just processing the message, hoping the guy his alternate version isn't evil.
Sing the peanut butter jelly time song.
Across all realities. The universal constant, the peanut butter jelly song.
Yeah, Jack's not entirely sure what's going on here, so he's just trying to keep his friends safe.
Could Holgear request a fill up of his water canteen?
Yeah.
Like his water skins?
You just ask for some water and then you place it on the counter?
Skins.
Pretty much.
Okay. Nothing happens until you look away, and then when you look back, you hear like the screwing sound of your canteen. And then when you pick it up, it's full of water.
Hell yeah.
The water.
It is cool and crisp water.
Have I ever tasted
My bad.
like magically conjured water? I don't know if I have. Yeah,
I'll say yeah. You
I
probably
don't know
have
if-
like an ice box at your rich house that like summons water, prestidigitates some water. Like you don't even have
Hell
plumbing,
yeah.
you just like summon water. Yeah, like summon food and drink is like a pretty easy spell to enchant into rich people houses. So.
Okay. Is this magically conjured water?
I used the rich-
Make either an Arcana or Survival check.
I think I'm gonna do survival.
Yeah, survival is probably the better way to go because it's like using your senses to determine information.
I got a 21.
This does not taste like magically summoned water. This tastes like natural, good well water. Yeah.
That is surprising, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if nothing else, we've got a source of fresh water. We've got mystery person who doesn't like being looked at, who can cook food. Thank you for that, by the way, mystery person. Yeah, this is a pretty nice place to stop by.
Joshua, once you're done with your food, your plate also just disappears.
Well, I've done what I need
Wanted
to
to
do.
keep that, Mr. Wizard.
You wanted to keep that plate?
A napkin with a mint on it appears in front of you, Joshua.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Oh, it's
Ooh,
mine.
piece of candy.
I mean,
Take the candy and pop it in my mouth with the wrapper still on.
Oh god.
The wrapper dissolves.
Oh. Does it taste like plastic stuff?
Nothing bad can happen in this place.
Well,
Not even your
I've done-
stupidity can allow such a thing. I deny it.
I've done all I need here. Anybody else want to try something else?
I'm good.
Alright, I guess it's just back to the ship then. Gonna
Okay.
go check out those pyramids.
Jack sets down his empty glass, and then it like a second later, you hear it like wobble on the counter, and it's pristine.
I'll put like a gold piece on the counter for the freshwater meal and glass of milk.
As you do so, you hear a sound behind you, and you turn to see like the shutters on the back of the door that is like drawn up, so it's not like hanging down over the windows. But you hear it clattering back down to the door, and it sounds like clapping.
Thank you, I guess.
Suppose
you're having
a sign hangs down from the window as you guys exit that says "Come again."
We will.
Then there's a shiver, and all of the sand seems to shift ever so silently. And this quiver kind of goes up into all the buildings and sends this sort of unsettling kind of feeling that kind of reverberates back down into this almost ominous sound. Almost instantly, the drapes are drawn, and the door is locked on the door.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to deal with that sooner or later.
Yeah, that was pretty self-explanatory.
Then you start to hear sounds. And you look to the sound, and you see as multiple portals open up. This swirling, blackened, almost greenish light energy swirls into existence and then disappears shortly after as a figure steps through. And that figure kind of looks like this. This is the best picture I can find. As this almost like skeletal mechanoid construct steps through. Some of them are standing without, or like bare armed, and some of them are wielding like staves and pitchforks and like different, sort of elongated weaponry with weird ends. And they're all appearing around in different locations, some on the street, some up in these buildings. And then as soon as they step out, they simply stand there. They don't turn and look in your direction. In fact, they're all pointing in different directions. And then in unison, they all turn to your location. And that voice, Connor, comes back again and simply says, "Well, well, well. Isn't this interesting?" And you hear a crunching sound. And you turn to look as the sand clusters and crunches underneath the weight of a very obscure figure that seems to have limbs that are elongated and almost rotting, if not for the fact that they have become pure metal. And you recognize this humanoid-ish form as very similar to the type of metal that makes up this living ship that you have experienced before. At its waist, there is a simple tattered cloth that was once dignified and possibly representing of some sort of religious or other sort of stature that is just completely, ruined and destroyed, as similar to a headdress that drapes over their face, hiding their face in its entirety. The rest of their body is unobscured, and you can make out their details. The most notable about this figure is that they have two sets of arms. Two on the shoulders where they normally would be, and then two smaller sets that almost seem to come out from underneath the bottom of the rib cage. And the smaller set has its hands laced behind its back, and the larger main set is in the same situation but pulls it out, and you watch as these arms and fingers move through the air almost in a fluid motion as it touches all of its fingertips together in front of its face and moves towards your location. What do you all do?
Connor.
Yeah.
Spreading out so as to not be wiped out by a single fireball?
Yeah, Connor does the same. And can I prepare a spell to cast Bane on it if it tries anything?
Yeah.
Likewise.
You
Pull out
you can prepare to
both
cast any sort of spells you
my
want.
guns.
The undead warriors do not move in response to anything that you do, but the figure simply slowly walks towards you, specifically Connor. And as it draws close to about maybe 10 feet, it simply stops, and it takes its steepled fingers and takes a hand and waves palm up and says, "Welcome to Garthus, my realm at the end of the world, a place outside of time and place, made for just such occasions, and to hide from that there is yet to be. I wonder what has caused this aspect of myself to come home. Tell me, little one, what brings you back here?"
This aspect has only returned at a pure inconvenience. Tell me, why are you continuing the research I have stopped years ago?
The figure leans down. Oh, I forgot to mention, this figure's like 10 feet tall. So it like bends.
So it's like
over.
twice Connor's height.
Yeah. It bends down at its waist. Its feet completely obscured by this like long sort of waistcloth that it has. And just sort of bends down to be face to face with you, obscured by this mask over its face. And then you start to watch as runes start to glow and appear, turn on its head, and it seems to be observing you.
Can I try and make an insight check on it as well?
Sure.
Can I join him
Yeah,
in that?
Absolutely.
It's gonna be so scary.
I got a 17.
Can't read it.
Omni Connor.
I had a. I think I want to burn one token on that. 12. I don't get anything.
Seems like it's curious about this Connor.
Connor just stares back at him, not really
Connor
flinching.
specifically.
It sighs this deeply unsettling sound. Another divergent. And you watch as these runes start to glow as a beam of light pierces Connor's head. And you watch as Connor's form disintegrates and starts to melt away until it turns into one of these. I'm trying to, like, it doesn't look like one of these undead warriors. It's almost like everything physical about Connor fades away, and there's just sort of like this spectral aspect of him that sort of lifts up from the body, and as it does so, the body turns into this petrified state that you are so accustomed to seeing with Mai's brother and Joshua and, you know, all these other people, as basically Connor's essence is drawn out of this form and then merges into the form of this figure who takes Connor's soul in as if just taking a breath and then turns to look at the rest of you. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.